Hi there, good morning. So one place is sealed at finals night here at the Super Series this week after Conor Heenahan won Group A. Now, across the next 2 days, we'll have 4 sessions of darts to decide which 5 players will join him here on Saturday. Glenn, a double session of darts today must feel like it's your birthday.
Yes, it's strange being 40 to go out to the 30s, but no, really excited for the double session today. I'm loving my darts here in Portsmouth.
It is actually his birthday. Conor Heenahan must have felt like it was his yesterday, the way he was gifted that opportunity in the last match. If you missed it, here's Henry with the highlights.
Jacques Labre took out this 106 against Jack Vincent. Both of them will be back in action today in Group C. Lisa Ashton had the feeling of 120 floor yesterday. One of the most unluckiest 180 bounce outs you're going to see. Well, she rectified it by getting all 3 in the bed and making sure they stayed there, and then taking out this 116 out against Mike Warburton in a dramatic lek. Talking to Warburton, he got the better of Conor Heenahan, and these two race their way towards the top end of the table, these two duking it out for top honours. But it was this defeat for Warburton to Andreas Harrison which derailed his chances of becoming the first qualifier for Saturday night's finals. And then Larbor came up with an inspired 120 outshot to get the better of the Welshman. Which then allowed the opportunity for Conor Heenahan to qualify and become the first player through the group. But not before we saw this 170 for Andreas Harrison. And right on cue, Heenahan getting the better of Harrison in a decider to secure the first place in Saturday night's final.
Yeah, I said he was maybe gifted that opportunity, Glenn, before, but that's maybe taking something away from the likes of Andreas Harrison and Jacques Labre, who played a big part in Group A. Yeah,
we talked about spoilers on the final day, but, you know, what an unbelievable group. And for it to go down to the penultimate game for Warby, and then in that final game where how much it meant for Conor just to get to that 3 legs at the end, and it was a good shot of him there as he sank that tops there to go top of the table.
Yeah, you can see winning it by just 2 points. It was those two that really were fighting it out all week in that group. Andreas Harrison had a surge for the last couple of days, but interestingly finished on the same points as Jacques Labre, who maybe went under the radar. We'll talk about him in a moment because he's in this group. Let's have a look at the brackets for the groups for the rest of the week. So Conor Heenahan through to finals night. He is the winner of Group A. Harrison and Warburton going to Group B. That's this evening with Jamie Kelling, Lee Evans and Matt Dennant. But Richie Parkin, Josh Richardson and Lee Shuin joined Vincent, Ashton and Larbor in Group C, and he's been made favourite for the group.
Yeah, it's experience is a key word on that one. There's not a great deal of experience apart from Lisa, maybe Josh in the first group this morning. Tonight is stacked. Just trying to pick 3 out of that, 3 from 5 in that group is a really difficult task. The guys are looking forward to it down there. Yeah, personally, I can't wait. And just a big shout out to Richie Parkin on his debut as well from my neck of the woods. The Super Series means a lot to us up in the northeast, and yeah, good luck to him.
Yeah. Player from Whitby, Richie Parkin, we'll see him later on. But first up is Jacques Labre. He's taking on Lee Shuin, coming in now. Some of the reasons why he managed to amass 16 points, the same as Andreas Harrison, was finishing like this.
He got better as it went on, but for me, I talked a lot in the commentary about his demeanour. I just thought he looked better and seemed to be enjoying it. I think he could be dangerous over the next 2 days.
Do you agree with a favourite billing for him?
Possibly, probably. I would always go with Lisa, but she was having problems with her arm yesterday. And 4 days on the spin, that could be a telling factor for Lisa. He's a class act. He's a challenge to a winner, a Europe Cup singles winner. You don't win competitions like that unless you're proficient on that dartboard.
Yeah, all of those very recent as well for Jacques Labre. He doesn't agree, by the way, that he should be favourite. He tweeted me this morning to say, how can I be favourite? Or I think I translated it right. Maybe it was something completely different. Who knows that? But Lee Shuin, well, he could be a spoiler as well. Last time he came here, he made it through to finals night and then was cruelly denied in one of our famous 9 dart shootouts. Let's hear from Lee Shuin now. He spoke to Henry earlier.
Lee, welcome back to the Super Series. You had some debut one here, didn't you, last time?
Yeah, I've just got a few memories of that when I walked back on the stage there, the 9-dart shootout. But yeah, I'm just thrilled to be back. I was privileged to get the invite. It's in amateur darts, this is probably the best setup and darts, practice you can get. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
You made it through to finals night, as you say, unlucky to miss out in the 9-dart shootout there. How did you find your first experience of this competition?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I just come with the mindset, just try and enjoy the experience and what will be on the dartboard. And, some up and down games, but I was over the moon to get through. And then the Saturday when the crowd come in, it just went to another level. I absolutely loved that. Obviously, the 9-dart shootout was a tough way to go. It was a funny experience, brilliant to be involved in, because the pressure and that you won't experience that often in your career. But yeah, I think at one point I lost out by in the end, so it was a bit of a tough loss. But no, overall I really enjoyed it.
Does that give you an extra little bit of motivation this time round?
Yeah, I mean, just like I said, experiencing the difference when the crowd was in on the Saturday night. That's what we all like to play in front of. So I'd love to do that again, but there's a fantastic group of players. So, it'll all be on the day. So I'm just going to have the same mindset of enjoying my darts, and then what will be up there, and hopefully they go.
Look forward to watching you play. Lee, all the best.
Right, the first of 15 games today and 50 over the course of the next 2 days is Lee Shuin against Jacques Labre, and your commentary team for all of those matches is our birthday boy, Glenn Durrant, and our boy wonder, Henry Deacon.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Thursday here at the Super Series. In most languages of Latin origins, Thursday is named after the god and planet Jupiter. Let's hope for some stratospheric and darts from a different planet over the course of the day or so. Talking about Day of Days, we've got the birthday boy here today in Glenn Durrant. And will Thursday be the day where we see some of the better Jacques Labre, because he is the bookmaker's favourite to win Group C. 15-8 to do so. He takes on Lee Shuin, whose last experience here ended in a 9-dart shootout defeat to Ryan Finesse and Andy Hamilton. So the cobbler makes his return,
first leg,
as does Marco Meyer, our Dutch referee. And here on Tungsten Thursday, it's game on.
Yeah, this is a classic case of Jacques, who's playing now, who's had 3 days on that stage already, against a player
45.
who's nice and fresh coming down. I have asked the players which one they prefer. People like Josh Richardson are saying they would enjoy the 3 days. Someone like Lisa
60.
said she'd like to come into it fresh. So, an exciting. The cobbler, his nickname, Lee Shewan. He went on a building site. Someone shouted over the shoe man.
60.
He said, no, it's Shuin. He said, the shoe man. He said, why, are you a cobbler? And that's where he got the nickname from. Best friends with Wes Newton.
120.
So we're going to be talking cobblers about the cobbler today.
Boom. He started early, folks.
100.
Talking about starting early, Jacques Labre gets our first maximum of the day in the opening leg of the day.
My opinion of Jack is that he got better as the week went along. I mean, that's a classic case for a debutant. How are you going to react to that stage? How are you going to react to the circumstances? And I talked an awful lot. Not necessarily his darts got better, but he as a person
60.
got better on their hockey. Didn't give an awful lot away. And no surprise to me to see him favourite there, but there's some class in this group.
58. Jacques, you require 156.
He's the man tipped as the 15-8 favourite, the bookmakers, to go on and win this group. He's first to a finish in this leg, showing back on 180. Just having a look at the odds for Group C.
82.
Remember, if you are having a flutter on the Super Series, today's 18+, becampbellaware.org. 15-8, Jacques Labre, 2-1, Josh Richardson, 9-2, Lee Shuin. Lisa Ashton, fourth favourite. We'll discuss that in a bit. 13-2. Richie Parkin at 9s and Jack Vincent at 16s. Jacques Labre here wanting 74 for this opening leg. 1 dart at tops.
54.
And I call this the real settler. That double top there, he would have felt fantastic. But this 103, these kind of finishes have been pivotal all week. We've seen lots of big finishes. So 42 left here. You'd be looking at the 6 or the 10, I would expect.
71. Jacques, you required 20.
So very early. He's already thrown 18 darts. I don't think you guess he'd be coming back after that.
That's game short in the first.
Right now
leg.
we'd be feeling
Jacques
good. And
Labre.
just the way he's walking to and from the hockey, people might say that seems strange, but if you're watching from
Third lag
Monday,
is leader through
he was
first.
giving an awful lot
Game
away,
on.
and most of it was negativity. He's definitely improving as the week goes on.
Not just do the people watching at home learn a lot about the players
100.
by being in this environment, so do the players themselves about their own game. And maybe bits that when you play in floor events or on the Challenge Tour, you don't see because you're not as
60.
open, as exposed as you are here on the main stage at the Super Series.
Yeah, we had a good conversation after the darts finish yesterday. There's no hiding place no more. With Dark Connect, you know,
55.
it's barely often you go to a competition now where there's, you know, chalk and chalkboard like the old days. Everything's got numbers, and if you want to come to the MODUS Super Series, there's people watching, and there's no hiding place. But
100.
it should also bring the best out of you, because if you can't get up for this, you know, just talking about someone like Richie Parkin, the excitement, he virtually was telling me every mile he was doing yesterday, I'm getting closer to Portsmouth, I'm getting
36.
closer. You know, that's how exciting it is for him, and let's see how he reacts to that stage.
I bet that was a lot of text messages from Middlesbrough.
Just 5 hours worth. Whitby, what a beautiful,
Oh God, yeah,
60.
don't get that wrong in that part of the world.
what a beautiful place Whitby is. Best fish and chips in the world. And from Lee's point of
60.
view, you know, he started quite slow, but it's tough. He said when first thing he did was he looked at the draw, he noticed he was first on. He said, ideally, I would have just like to have maybe got on second or third. But I said, look at the, you know, the other option to that league. Imagine if you go on
140.
first and get your first 2 points under the belt. So just look at the positives. Intriguing talking to him about that 9-dart shootout.
95.
He opened up with a ton, and he was
141.
working everything out in his head all the time. He had another 100, but Ryan finessed it at 180, and he said he sliced the biggest one in the world. But he said his worst start was his last one. So, but he said he looks back on it with just it's all experience. Treble 60 is a wonderful set-up shot for Jack.
You require 155.
Already signs he's running away with this game.
79. Jacques, you
This double
require
12 is
24.
already a big moment and a break in this game.
There's a coolness, a calmness, and just an all-round composed edge to Jacques
12.
Labre, but those 3
Lee,
darts
you
don't go.
require
And so it presents
76.
Lee Shuin with an opportunity here, who's been largely outscored in this game so far. Be looking for his first dart and a double in this match. He's going to get 2 at double 8. Now, that might not be a bad marker for him, okay? It covers the top side, but there's a lot to aim at the bottom.
68.
But he cannot find a path.
Jacques, you require 12.
And how many times are we seeing the person who's second best all and they get one opportunity to finish? But I totally agree with you. He looks assured. He looks confident.
Yeah, that's game
And
short.
it's no surprise that that double 6 goes in. It's Jack who's come out the blocks the quickest today. Looking good at 2-0, and it's his darts as well now.
Third lag is Jacques to
If
throw
you're ever wondering
first.
what a dart player's
Game on.
thinking right now, delighted that he's broken, but don't do the all the hard work. 1 treble, please.
$60.
And from Lee, his game, that catalyst, that spark has to start right now. But he has taken time to
84.
settle. But even a last dart treble 19 like that, it gives you a basis, a foundation. And when you look up and you see that your opponent is back in that treble 20 bed, just like that, it makes this game super difficult.
And these are shorter group races on Thursday and Friday at the Super Series. You don't have that one day to settle in like you do in Group A. So if you are new to us here at the Super Series, first of all, a very, very warm welcome to you. And if you are tuning in via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, don't forget to give us a subscribe, because on top of
81.
all of the live action, you can tune into all sorts of other bonus content, including Game of the Day and highlights from every single session. On Thursday and Friday, we play Group B and Group C. This is Group C,
140.
where 2 players from 6 will progress their way through to Saturday night's final. Tonight, we have 5 players in Matt Dennett, Mike Wolverton, Lee Evans, Andreas Harrison and Jamie Kelling in action, and 3 from them 5 will make their way
84.
through to Saturday
Lee
night's final, where Conor Heenahan
137.
is already waiting, having won Group A yesterday. But back here right now, Lee Shuin, first to a finish on 137 against the darts, but Larbor's going to have an
46.
opportunity to
Jacques,
hold
you
throw
require
and open up a
136.
3-0 lead if he can take out this 136.
And anyone who's been watching the past couple of days, them set-up players from 136 have been really poor from players. And Lee won't have been happy there. And treble 17 here means that it's advantage Jack now. This 91 becomes even more difficult. Treble 17. Now, the only problem with going this way, he's not guaranteed a dart at the bull now. And that leaves 41, so he can't finish.
59.
So Jacques going to come back for
20.
a trusted double 10 for a 3-0 lead. And what do we say about double 5 this week? Nobody
10.
Has missed it.
Lee, you require 32.
Maybe it's a Group A thing. Shuin back for 32.
It's a wild one. Very, very wild.
24.
He won't be happy with those
Jacques,
3
you
darts.
require
That was a
10.
real opportunity for that settler, for that moment. He just has not settled on that stage. He's gone straight for it. There was the option of 2 double 4. Bent the wire there. Surely this goes in.
5.
Ooh la la.
Lee, you require
That's now 2 from
8.
13 on the doubles for Jacques
Yeah, that's
Labre.
game short
And
of the
Lee
third
Shuin
leg.
takes
Lee
full
Shuin.
advantage. That was his 6th dart at a double to get his first leg on the board and gets the break back. And so we return to throw
Forward lag is
back
leader
to
throw
2-1.
first.
And it is
Game
Shuin
on.
with the darts in the 4th.
Yeah, 22 years he's been working full-time,
45.
Lee, in the NHS pension section. Loves his job. His greatest moment in darts was an email. An email from the England manager, Peter Melton, to say he'd been picked for his country.
140.
Even better. Even better than playing on the Lakeside stage. And he played Wayne Warren as well on that stage, who was the reigning champion
60.
going into that.
Could have, perhaps should have beaten Wayne Warren in that game. He was 2 sets to
2-0
nil up.
Yeah.
Is that the day you were on comms at Lakeside?
I certainly did one of them because I met his family. They were
100.
very raucous. And I really fancied him to do well, but you know, I looked at Mike Warburton, he looked great. Neil Duff was telling everyone he was going to win. It was great to read yesterday with a 3-year deal at Lakeside. It really is the best and worst venue in the world. I absolutely love the place.
And it's good for amateur players because there's so many avenues now.
60.
You don't have to pick one or the other. You've got the WDF, you've got the ADC, you get the opportunity to play here. There's avenues from so many different people who put in a lot of hard work
100.
to make sure there's opportunities if you haven't got that tour card or you're aspiring to get that tour card.
Well, I had a chat with Lee saying you're back at Lakeside sort of this year, and his route is the ADC. He just absolutely
100.
adores coming to these MODUS Super Series, and his choice, his pathway next year is the ADC. So many people are saying that. 2 big darts there. That puts him back in this
Jacques
leg. But
101.
this 101, this would hurt. This big advantage. Treble 19. What would be a treble 10 he'll be aiming for now. Oh, he's on the treble 14. No, that would have left
53.
double 10.
Lee, you require
116 is a dart. Only 1 treble needed. A lot of people go for the 19s. And he'll stay there. And double 19. Big moment.
97. Jacques, you require 48.
And just a replication of last game. This time it's Jacques who's got the chance after the miss a double. Tops. Just float that one in.
Yeah, that's game short in the forward leg.
Be a pivotal
Jacques
moment,
Labre.
even so early in this group. C. Jacques was the favourite going into this
5th
match.
leg is Jacques to throw first.
Missed opportunities in
Game
that
on.
3rd leg. But all that better work was done there with that tops. He'd be feeling good now. And best of 3 and your throw 2 out of 3 makes Jacques a big, big favourite.
125.
Can you see, Henry, can you see difference in him for a Monday?
Yeah, and as well, I wasn't here yesterday, so I've had a kind of day's gap, which
58.
probably helps a bit more palpably. And I just think he looks a bit more, he looks more settled. He looks as if he, and it can be small things when you're at a new venue and you're on the stage and things like that. And
59.
this is the Jacques Labre who's won Challenge Tours this year. This is the Jacques Labre who's won the Europe Cup, big events this year.
My favourite camera angle.
The best camera angle in world
60.
darts, Glenn.
Just if you ever wonder what your eye line, what people players can say, and look at the angles some of the darts are going in. You know, sometimes when you get the main one, you just think, just sit on top of that. But you can see
100.
just how we use that first dart there. Just as I said, at some of the production work this week and the side angles of people's throws, which we've talked a lot about. But yeah, that's lovely to see.
100.
Great work by the team.
And they definitely devoured your donuts.
Can't believe I had to buy the cakes on my birthday. I was expecting a big surprise when I walked in, especially on my 30th birthday.
139.
177 would have been absolutely fantastic, but big advantage. You've got a feeling Lee needs to fill this up.
180.
Fill up, he does.
Jacques requires 78.
Is it going to be in vain? Because Jacques Labre, 78, for the opening win of this Group C. He's going to get one dart at tops to see the job through with a 15 darter. And Jacques Labre claims the first rubber of Group C, getting the better of Shuin by 4 legs to 1. It was a game dominated by missed doubles in truth. 4 from 16 for Larbor, 1 from 7 for Shuin, but Larbor just looks so cool, calm, composed, and so used to this Super Series stage now. As you can see, the stats on your screen, 80.65 average for Larbor, 79.88 for Shuin, 1 maximum apiece, 4 from 16, 1 from 7 on the doubles. That 78 being the highest checkout of the match for 15 darter for Jacques Labre. So he's up and running, he's on the board, and after the break we're going to see the 2 most experienced players in this group go toe-to-toe. It's Josh Richardson up against Lisa Ashton.
Welcome back. So it's lift-off for Labra early in Group C here in the MODUS Super Series. He's beaten Shuin, the cobbler, crushed him, in fact, 4-1 in that opening match. Not much between them in the averages, but Labra, slightly superior scoring, was afforded plenty of darts at double and hit a quarter of them. Shuin maybe struggling to settle in on his return to the Super Series after that last appearance, when he made it through to finals night and lost, of course, in that 9-dart shootout. We'll be wanting to banish that memory. But coming next is Lisa Ashton against Josh Richardson. Lisa has been playing, of course, all week here at the Super Series as part of Group A. We've seen some decent stuff from her, including some fine finishing like this. Got 5 wins, did Lisa Ashton, but 5 of her defeats were 4-3 and the other 5 were 4-2, so certainly competitive in all of her games. She takes on Josh Richardson, a former World Boys Champion and former JDC World Champion as well, and he caught up with Henry Deacon before his opener.
Josh, welcome to Portsmouth. First time here. What's your first impressions?
Yeah, it looks great. The stage looks amazing, and yeah, I just can't wait to play. Can't wait to play.
Dad's played here before. Has he given you any bits of advice on how to deal with this?
Yeah, not at all. I suppose like it's my first time here, and I'll just have to see how it goes. Yeah.
It's been a while since we've seen you last in this event. What's the form guide like?
I'm not playing too bad. I've been doing open tournaments. I've done a few. I actually lost to my dad 6-0 in the final on Sunday, last Sunday. But other than that, I've been playing quite well, so hope to play well today or this week.
So fancy your chances in what is a tough-looking group?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've never played Lisa Ashton before, same as Jacques, and I think I've played Lee before. But yeah, I can't wait.
Well, we look forward to watching you play. Josh, all the best.
Yeah, cheers, Henry. Cheers.
So it is the 4-time Women's World Champion against the former Boys World Champion as Lisa Ashton faces Josh Richardson in the company of Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yes, surprisingly, the first time they've played. Very interesting. Another one where Josh is coming in fresh. It was fascinating chatting with him earlier before the games. He's off to Q School in January. He said he's really looking forward to that, but really enjoys the MODUS Super Series. Told me about his PDC Development Tour win, his last event, because he's too old now for the Development Tour, and he was absolutely chuffed. Of all the ones to win, it was his last one, Henry.
If you're going to end on a high. That's exactly what Josh Richardson did there. But you want to begin with a win here in Group C against the Lancashire Rose, Lisa Ashton, who, as Chris Murphy mentioned in the introduction, every single game she's lost, even by a scoreline of 4-3 or 4-2. Small margins that cost her a spot in Group B in the end, but she's back for the morning run. And will she make a run to finals night?
I was surprised she's 4th favourite out of the 6. You know, if someone said to me, I couldn't pick a winner in this group this morning, so I was intrigued to see how Jacques was going to play, because I see the improvement there. But
100.
You know, when you look at quality, you look at the 4 stars on her back. Maybe she was suffering a little bit with a cold yesterday, so maybe she's feeling a little better. And just on cue, she bangs that 180 there. But to see the 4, you know, the position she was there, she could be a good bet.
81.
Josh has got hundreds and thousands of stars on the side of his shirt.
Yeah, I'm really jealous of Josh because he's
60.
Part of a curry club on a Monday night. How good is that?
Can't be a curry club.
I know his pops love a really hot curry, his dad. But yeah, on a Monday night.
48.
Just a big shout out for the Super League team as well, the Burton Bulldogs. And a proud member of the Northamptonshire County. Loves his darts, but it's Lisa that's taking the ascendancy in this first leg. We might see the bullseye with his last dart here. All depend on what he does with his second one. So he might go down for the bull here.
80. Lisa, you require 68.
Unlucky. So Ashton back then for 68 to get the opening leg done within the par for the course 15. One dart at double 16 to do exactly that. And Lisa Ashton starts as she means to go on, meaning business, leading Josh Richardson by a leg to 0.
Second leg is Josh's throw.
I think you felt yesterday that Lisa could be on day 3. She's the one who could come out of the pack and really make a push. Maybe she's saving it just for today, but it's a lovely first start there from Josh.
100.
I think there's no better sight when Lisa's in full
100.
flow. Very rhythmical. Every dart's the same with her, and yeah, when she's playing well, she's tough to beat. We've talked so much about ladies darts this week,
24.
And obviously one of the most decorated players and most recognisable lady players of all time. And she said she's absolutely delighted with the news as she bangs in another 180. She's over the moon with the news of the Ladies Women's Series next year and the increased prize money. Just ladies darts. Henry seems to be in a good place right now.
It's in as good a place as it's ever been. Record prize money, record opportunities, record exposure. Records tumbling everywhere you go as well.
60.
When you look at the prodigious talents that are on show, the likes of Lisa, the likes of Farron, the likes of Bo Greaves, the likes of Eileen de Graaf, Lorraine Winstanley. And have a look at that. An average of 105.12, two maxes to her name, and now a 161. Or a 2-0 lead. Got 6 from here.
65.
I like that last start there, Henry. Talked an awful lot about board management this week and how many times have people left that 96. Josh needs to put some pressure on that because of where Lisa's playing at the moment.
140.
That's exactly what he needed to do.
96.
He looks a very mature player, very focused player. But you had a feeling that was going to go in. Big dart already.
78.
Josh, you can see exactly how she felt about the follow-through as she walked to take that. But treble 17 is important here. What a dart that is. That makes this combination finish so much easier. Double 16. Wow. Struggling to sell this double 12. You already feel he needs this.
59. Lisa, you require
width of a wire away. Well, what do you do on 18 here, Henry? Is she going to go straight for it?
Wasn't too far away. So double 4 for the break of
10.
throw, and
Josh,
despite the scoring prowess, that's now
24.
1 from 5 on the doubles. And so Richardson, who's been vastly outscored in this game, returns to double 12 and now across for double 6 to level this match up.
12.
We did feel
Lisa,
off
you
air
require
Josh can be
8.
hot and cold. We didn't know if we were going to get the
Yeah, that's game
incredible
short in the
scores, but
second
Lisa
part.
was beginning to show signs of frustration there with them disappointments from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so she'd be glad with that unexpected chance there from Josh's miss.
Team on.
And it's the guys who've been playing already this week who are taking full advantage right now. The people coming in a little bit cold, are starting a little bit slowly. And it's Lisa 2-0.
And it is an interesting dynamic today because the
40.
three newbies are playing the three players who played earlier this week. Coming up after this, the debutant, Richie Parkin, playing his first game on this Super Series
100.
stage as he takes on Jacques Vincent, who played on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday in Group A.
We have a feeling if it's going the way it's going at the moment, it'd be a big advantage to JV. And it's not easy. I don't care what anyone says. I'd love to hear you people on my social media. Give me some thoughts, but it's not easy to come in cold like this. That is a professional stage up there. I've tried to give some angles on my social media, what it's like for players. It's hard, and sometimes you need to acclimatise.
Josh doesn't need any acclimatising now. That's his first match of the match.
161.
On the back of a 140, but Ashton cannot take out the 161.
65.
Lisa has won virtually everything representing a country. But Josh has come back this year with 3 gold medals from the Europe Cup in Spain. And he actually won the gold medal
65.
in the pairs with Scott Williams.
Lisa, you require 96.
And he's that trusted 96 again. Treble 19. So she'll go back up to the treble 20.
Josh, you require 76.
And this combination finish of 76, you already feel very, very early in this competition. Is he staying on the 20s? This double 18, you feel he needs it.
40. Lisa, you require 56.
Doesn't go, and so another opportunity presents itself for Lisa Ashton. Josh Richardson's missed 6 starts at double, and Lisa Ashton takes full advantage again, leading by 3 legs to 0 against a talented youngster from Ashton.
Is Josh to throw first. Game on.
The Lancashire Rose blossoming in our opening game of the day.
58.
I think Josh probably needs a chicken tikka boona right now.
Must have heard about last
55.
night, Glenn.
Certainly not for me. Wow, I'm not feeling good.
Life comes at you fast, Glenn. You commentating a World Cup game at 4 and then you go out for a curry of own binks at 7.
Yeah. Living the dream.
77.
And I'm not missing mine, Ed. I promise you.
45.
We're coming to the most exciting part of the year now. Every single player will be getting excited now as it's mine this week, but already the world qualifiers on Monday and then the draw on the night.
56.
I think we're all shouting for Cameron Menzies versus Fallon Sherrick, and who's Bo going to get? When I asked Lisa, don't care, Glenn. Bring him on.
25.
Owen was so excited about mine here that he actually started crying during the curry.
I thought it was because of the foul.
He did have some chili.
Wonderful darty from Josh.
140.
And at this stage, 3-0 down, you can't panic. You know, best of 7 is, you know, you've still got opportunities there. And you've just got to focus on every single 3 darts. I know it's that adage that sometimes I get fed up listening to it, but a 170 would be a catalyst, that's for sure. And that's the perfect dart for him. We've seen one yesterday, bull.
145.
Wonderful effort. But that's 0 from 7 on the outer ring forward / bullseye.
95.
But he's going to get another opportunity of Ashton back on 196 to get his opening leg of the day on the board. 88.
That's game short in the 4th line.
There it is, of his 8th time of trying. Josh Richardson on the board then. 3-1, but Ashton here with the darts to
5th lag,
still a
Lisa
4-1 success.
First. Game on.
It must be wonderful to have your practice partner as your dad.
100.
I'd always let my son win, but apparently they played in a final at the weekend, and James in the final demolished his son 6-0. What kind of a dad are you, James?
121.
I mean, he is called Ruthless.
I know, but your son, come on.
59.
I'll tell you how ruthless he is against his son. He gets a 9-dart leg to win a match on TV against him.
Do you know, I watched that. Yeah, I actually watched it. This is lovely. He's settling now.
He's
settling very, very nicely. And what a feeling this would be if you could come back from 3-0 down. That would lay a foundation to really go on and kickstart his option to, you know, to get through to Saturday night. That's for sure. But as I say that, I said that with trepidation, really, because that 2 treble ones stinker.
26.
A 140 would hurt here.
60.
Both players averaging just over 80. 84 for Josh, 81 for Lisa. But that scoring prowess I've been talking about is letting him down all of a sudden.
123.
And this would be for a break.
137.
51 could really turn this match up
51.
on its head.
Because at one point, it looked as if Ashton was a certainty to get the job done. But Richardson here, if he can convert this double 16, would bring it back to 3-2. And he'd then have the darts for the decider. But as you can see, he has to shift all the way across. That first dart at the double.
19.
Precarious
Lisa,
for him.
45.
But did you see Lisa there? Not looking, just not looking. All you're doing is you're hoping that you can hear the dulcet tone. Is this game?
13.
There, the chances,
Josh
Lisa.
32.
And if you're ever going to put your mortgage on someone to win a match with 2 darts, you would put Lisa Ashton. Josh will be relieved. 88.
Yeah, that's game short in the 5th flag. Josh Richardson.
And he's worked his way back in this match. 3-2, has the darts now to
6th
send
flag
us
is
to a
Josh to throw
decider.
first. Game
And it's
on.
at this point, Henry, that Lisa's disappointment from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday might be just on her mind a little bit. You know, when you get them options to win and then you start a fresh leg,
60.
it's never easy, but only 60 scored by Josh. A couple of trebles here for Lisa.
41.
Who do you make favourite now?
How comfortable is the fence? You'd think
57.
Ashton should still be able, with a scoring power, be able to present herself with the opportunity to get the job done.
85.
Yeah, I would say to Josh, you're not going to get many more of these opportunities. Seems to be a bit of feast or famine at the moment. It's either slicing it the big one or he's hitting 180s. There's no middle ground for him right now.
40.
He's just seeing 1 or 2 darts drag a bit low for Josh.
And that's usually a sign of stress or tension, anxiety, maybe a bit of
60.
mistiming on your release throw. But he looks comfortable. You know, he's played on He's played at the highest level. He knows what he wants. He's like I say, he's a development tour championship winner quite recent. So he's in form.
140.
We've talked a lot this week about floor players and stage players.
180.
But that unbelievable player can play absolutely anywhere. Advantage Ashton.
100. Lisa, you require 135.
So 135 is only one way to go, really. That's bullseye first dart. So I think we'll see it on the 20s. Don't bust.
95. Josh, you require 104.
Job done for Lisa. Over to you, Josh.
To send us all the way to a deciding leg. Double 12 to send us the distance.
That's game
and that
short
is
and a
clutch
6-5.
under pressure
Josh
with
Richardson.
Ashton sat on top of the match. Josh Richardson from 3-0 down.
7-10
brings
final
it
leg.
back
It's
to
Lisa
a
the
decider.
first. Game on.
How
Josh,
good is he feeling right
welcome
now?
to Portsmouth.
Now
First time here.
frustrated.
What's your first impression?
Is Lisa feeling?
95.
Sorry to cut over you there, Glenn.
I thought I was back in the Indian.
96.
And even that last dart there, that could have gone anywhere. Just sort of ricocheted off the second dart. I can feel the frustration of Lisa.
100.
And that's lovely darts. You just feel like Josh has to follow that. Minimum one treble.
58.
Now punish this, Lisa. She could go down on the 19s here. Depends how she's feeling. And the reason she's doing that is that one treble 19 there.
46.
She could have gone back upstairs to leave the 170, but she won't be happy with that score. But he's not taking advantage, Henry.
100.
No, and it's full advantage to the Lancashire Rose.
All to play for right now. 3-3 and nothing in the scores here.
60.
And 3 good darts there, but only 60 scored.
Like gold dust, that treble.
Oh,
80.
Oh, and if that was gold dust.
yeah, Lisa yesterday threw the most amazing 140 and 2 of the trebles fell out. So maybe the gods are on her side today.
100. Josh, you require 167.
And sometimes you try to push the dart a bit too much after you've had a bounce out there, thinking it could be your points. Sometimes your technique can go out the way.
93.
But that's a big, big
Lisa,
last
you
dart
require
there.
100.
And this 100 is huge. It's all about the first dart. Do you go tops, tops? You certainly do. She's done this once already this week, and she's
Game,
unbelievably
shot,
done it
and a
again.
match, Lisa Ashton.
That's exactly why she's a world champion, a 4-time world champion. It's Lisa that takes the first game of the day for her 4-3 in an exciting match with Josh Richardson. Join us next for Jack Vincent versus Richie Parkin.
So Lisa Ashton off to a winning start here at the Super Series in Group C. A fantastic tops finish to win that match 4-3 against Josh Richardson before the break there. Both players averaging around the 83 mark, but Lisa winning that last leg decider with that brilliant 100 checkout. 40% on the doubles as well there for Lisa Ashton. Very, very tidy indeed. Josh Richardson just losing out despite that 104 checkout of his own. So far, a couple of wins for the players that were in Group A, with Jacques Labre winning the opening match against Shuin. Match 3 then features a man who finished bottom of the table, Vincent. He takes on the debutant Richie Parkin. And as I said, Vincent has been in action for the last 3 days. Has had some highlights despite finishing at the foot of the group, including a fantastic win against Mike Warburton on Tuesday, taking on that 1-2-2 to get it against the Welshman, and a defeat that proved to be pretty damaging in the end, didn't it, for Mike, who ended up finishing second, having led for long spells in Group A. But it is a debut here for Parkin from wonderful Whitby, a 37-year-old factory worker. And let's find out a bit more about him. He spoke to Henry earlier today.
Richie, welcome to the Super Series. What's your first impressions?
Oh, this is unreal, this. I'm definitely not used to anything like this, but this is unbelievable.
It's the first time a lot of people may have seen you play. Just describe a little bit about yourself.
Yes, I'm just a normal pub player from Whitby who's just took his chances when he's had them. And thanks to Glenn Durrant, with his Teesside ranking events, I've just gone to a new level. So, yeah.
Looking forward to it. And what's your expectations for the week?
Really looking forward. Since I found out, I was itching to get down. But I'm putting no pressure on myself. I'm here to enjoy it, but I'm not here to make the numbers up. I'm going to give it a good go. Because
as we know, the Saturday night has that added pressure of the crowd in as well, in front of the lights, the cameras, and it's something that every player aspires to do.
Definitely, yeah. I've always wanted, well, I've got county experience with crowds, so yeah, I feel like I can do some damage.
We look forward to watching you play. Richie, all the best.
Lovely, cheers, thank you.
So far it has been the two players that have been here all week that have taken victories in their opening matches against the incoming opposition. Can Parkin end that trend? Let's find out with Henry and Glenn.
Thank you very much, Chris. So game 3 of our day sees Jack Vincent, the man who came through Group A, up against Richie Parkin, the debutant in this competition, a man that the person sat next to me in the commentary box, Glenn Durrant, knows very well indeed.
I'm nervous. You know, obviously I'm here to commentate. I'm here to be impartial. I could see how nervous he was in that interview there. His lip was quivering a little bit. I hope he settles well. He can play. He had 113 average in Q School, first game of Q School last year, but didn't follow up and didn't win another game after that. So the game is there. He's done really well on some of the WDF competitions, Bridlet in the British Open. He's a talent. But this is a new level for him, just getting on that stage, and yeah, I'm nervous. I'm nervous for him.
If you were able to give him one piece of advice, what would it be?
Enjoy it. Breathe and enjoy
First leg
it.
is
He's got a beautiful throw.
Game on.
I stand he picks me up. I play local league with him on a Thursday night. He picks me up, and I stand behind him, and he's got a lovely throw. And that's not what he wants to see straight away.
177.
Magnificent dart from Jack Vincent. What a start that is for him today.
Best not ask the question, has he settled in yet?
Well, Jack has been. I mean, we just looked
95.
at the statistics there. Jack's lost his last 5 games, and he did grab hold of me last night, and just having a little chat with him, and you know what my thoughts were, and the positives outweigh the negatives for him, because just everything about Jack Vincent you have to like. He's a lovely player. I said you're learning every time you're playing.
95.
And I said the biggest thing for you is everybody starts on 0 in the morning, Jack, and go out there and enjoy it. And it's been about his first dart. His first dart's been so impressive this week, and he's
60.
been working so much, and he doesn't have to analyse the game, and he is taking the positives from this.
It's interesting looking at the odds before play got underway. Parkin was an 8-15 favourite. Heavy favourite in this game. Jack Vincent was 11-8.
This is an even money game. Both players even money. I was surprised to see Richie, on debut, 8-15. But I tell you, he's got the pedigree.
28.
And, you know, it's not often the bookies are wrong, and Jack's on a 5-run, 6-run loss so far. So, you know, maybe they're taking that into consideration. But both players have settled lovely here. This
140.
That's what you call
Jack
a setup.
Require 136.
So after the 177 start, I think you'd be surprised to see that he's 100 behind going for this 136. And all he can do is
60.
set it up.
Richie Require 36.
I talked about his 113 average. He's currently averaging 116, so this double 18 is crucial. When you talk about a settler, this big 9 is huge.
27. Jack
Frustrating.
Require 76.
Vincent returns to the 76 to take the opening leg. 16 for tops now. Is that first dart just obscuring a little bit? No, is the answer.
Jack
Vincent takes the lead, 1-0. Had to move across, just had to readjust there. But he finds the double in the end.
Second
And
leg
Richie
is
Parkin, who
Richard
had
through
3
first.
darts to win his first
Game
leg
on.
at the Super Series against the darts, will have to go again in leg 2.
And I think Jack would have lost that game yesterday. You know, when we talk about everyone's on 0 again.
58.
He just looked a little forlorn. His shoulders were drooping yesterday. He's going to be feeling $1 million right now.
$59.
Richie's biggest win was the Whitby Open, which might sound like surely not, but the messages I was getting this day from
99.
people saying how silky smooth, how wonderful he looked. And he said this guy needs backing, and he said it was a huge moment for him. If he has got a weakness, for me it is his doubles.
100.
I've got a feeling his scoring can match Jack and the rest of the players today, but he'll have to tidy up that finishing if he has aspirations of getting into the top 2 this week.
Because I suppose the difference will be that sometimes in local competitions, especially in the early stages, because of your scoring power, you're afforded the luxury of time, whereas in a group with the quality on show, that time perhaps may not
60.
be there.
That's a fantastic point, Henry, actually, because even in the BDO, there was a couple of years I was dominating the BDO, but I was playing the Milkman the first round, the Coleman the second round, the Postman third round, so you're in the competition.
180.
It's only when you go to the Pro Tours and the PDC that every game is a final there. And it's exactly that local league going here. There's no easy games at all. But he'd be happy. The one frustrating moment was the 3 darts, missed the double 18.
124.
But he'd be feeling good if he gets this 1-2-4, Henry.
It's not going to happen on this occasion, so Vincent's going to
92.
return for the
Jack
1-4-2, but Handley
142.
left on 32 after 15, and as Glenn mentioned, his scoring game has been pretty much immaculate so far, and it's afforded him another 3 at double. He missed 3 in the first leg to break the throw, and so he'll return for double 16 to level proceedings up.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
Gets their 5th time of asking. So Richie Parkin gets his first leg at the Super Series, a momentous moment for him. And that's usually the nervy one to win, isn't it, Glenn?
Honestly, this is like watching Jamie Durran versus Robert Thornton when he was making his debut. I couldn't breathe watching that one. I never watched Jamie again
60.
after that. And I've got the feeling I can't walk out this room right now, but I'd be really proud if he can just do himself justice. Maybe get a bit of backing from a local business in Whitby or something. He'd love to do Q School. I think, he has so excited about the ADC, like many people are. I was talking to so many players this week where Lee Shuin, the favoured route next year is going to be the ADC. So the partnership they've got with the MODUS Super Series right now is making people's decisions to go that route.
I would say if you are getting nervous, you can pace up and down, but I'm not sure the room's big enough.
Yeah, and after that curry yesterday, I don't think that's a good idea either.
What would you say is Jack's best attribute?
Him himself, the fact, his willingness to learn, the way he takes positives out, the way he doesn't throw his arms about and after losing 5 on the spin. The fact he grabbed hold of me afterwards yesterday and said, "Can I have your honest thoughts, assessments? What do you think I'm doing well?" Like I said, that throw is not the Jack Vincent I remember, but he's 6-7 inches taller. He's lost a hell of a lot of weight over the years. He looks fit and healthy and strong, but his biggest attribute is him.
83.
Steady start for Richie. He's averaging over 91, just shy of 92 there. Jack back on 2-8, but the most important statistic is it's 1-1. Yeah, 187 there, so it's
Richie require
good thinking.
147.
Sometimes you can just throw. We've seen that a couple of times, but 147 here. It's not the Jimmy White this time.
Are we going to be going
41.
fishing in the
Jacques
Super
require
Series lake?
170.
And sorry if I harbour on a little bit, but just that setup, that's been a real big thing for me this week. Big fish.
How awkward, though, was that first start towards the second?
I think he was a little frightened of it, wasn't he?
Richie require 106.
This would hurt. Treble 18. He's already hit this already.
74.
And he seems to
Jacques
be just,
requires 72.
and that just means his timing's a little bit, but I feel like this 70 is not a gimme. But these are the finishes where you win or lose. That's a poor first start. So he's going to have to use double 11 now. But what a finish that is. Very reminiscent of the first leg with that 76 finish. Richie will think I was the better player throughout that leg and I've lost it.
Forward leg is Richie to throw first.
Jack will be absolutely over the moon.
He's just coming up clutch, isn't he, at the crucial moments in this game, Jack Vincent?
And he hasn't been this week.
60.
And I think that's the 0-0-0-0. That's his perfect dart.
100. $98.
He's tried a few things over the years, Richie. He's very long point he's using now, and his pull back is going right under his chin now, which means his angle is totally different to the way Jack starts into the boards there. But I can tell you, when you stood behind him, you think it's a very silky, smooth throw. He's not doing an awful lot wrong there. He's a bit of a floating them in.
60.
Maybe like to see him put him in with a bit more purpose. Just watch the way Jack, the dart, leaves his hand and the elevation of the dart. It's a thump, especially that dart there. It's like a thump of it going in.
100.
Whereas just Richie just floating them in. It's like a flair footballer against a centre half.
180.
Second of the match.
The serenity of a swan.
$60. Richie, you require 103.
But he's swimming in the deep end here at the Super Series, and we're going to see how he copes with it over the next couple of days. Well, he's coping with it well in this opener, but he won't convert the 103 for 2 apiece on this occasion, but he is going to return with Vincent back on 181.
It's no surprise Richie Parkin, the Swan, he works in a fish factory. And every Thursday he brings me a bag of scampi.
85. Richie, you
That's what you call
require
friendship.
48.
48, Richie. Big 16 or 8. You've had a couple of looks at this already. Got to feel this has to go.
Yeah, that's game short.
Good match. Good game.
Richie Parkin.
Good contest. 2-2.
It's one of those contests
Fifth
that just
flag
keeps
is
you
Jack to
thinking.
throw first. Game on.
As we zoom in on the magnificent Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. And remember, if you want to be here on a Saturday night, tickets are available for every Saturday evening here up until the end of Series 2. It's dartshop.tv, the place to be to watch some scintillating arrows.
129.
And maybe the odd flyer.
Wow. I'm already smiling at that. He is.
Well, at least he's got a 9 on the Super Series stage.
140.
That's my first 9 I've seen, yeah. I should have nicked that one, shouldn't I? He's still smiling about it there.
60.
We'll be able to give him some stick of that in the cargo fleet next Thursday, won't we, boys? 265. Means 19s. Why is he going 19s? Because one treble would leave the 170 finish. Richie, who's been the better player for the majority of this game, is all of a sudden one of those moments that you dread. Jack Vincent needs to pounce on this right now, and a 140 you feel right now. Take a huge advantage in this leg of darts.
40.
Richie will be thinking, get in there. A couple of bounce outs at important days. That one from Lisa yesterday was incredible. But the size of those points he's using.
100.
I think the longest points he ever seen, just in pipe. I think it was 60 mil. 60,
Wasn't far off regulation, was it?
I was going to
43. Richie
Steve Backley
require
was going to throw them one
144.
day. 144, treble 20 or treble 18. He's going the safer route. He's going to stay there. Options there are staying there or treble 18.
100.
What a last
Jackie
start that
require
is.
137.
And this is an opportunity of going either way. This is treble 10. And sometimes you can go for treble 20. 77, so treble 19. Big fat 18.
97.
He's done his
Richie
job.
require
Richie's had a couple of
44.
opportunities like this today and not put them away. Very, very important moment of this match.
Yeah, that's game short in the 5th flag.
And it's
Richie
advantage to the
Parkin.
Whitby lad.
Who leads 3-2 and breaks the throw most crucially, and so now has
6th
the honour
flag is Richie
to seal a
first.
first win in his first game here at the Super Series, and to get his campaign off to the perfect start.
We'll have to get some fish puns in today, won't we?
60.
Because he's up for the scrap. You don't have scraps down south, though, do you? Isn't that a northern thing, scraps?
Bit more of a northern thing, yeah.
Don't tell him, Pike.
45.
But he's a lovely lad, honestly. It's great that these players are getting opportunities. Like, then there's one or two, you know, if I can, you know, give Carl
92.
Coleman a shout out. I know he's desperate with the ADC next year. We've got Adam Atkinson as well, who absolutely loved his time here at the MODUS Super Series. Dave Prinz, Graham Usher, you know, all these guys. Colin Osborne, last week's winner.
60.
So a lot from the northeast are coming up. Tony Wood and his fabulous shirts.
Gave Chris Mason a run for his money.
Well, I wasn't going to mention yours either today. You're looking very dapper.
101.
For the one person who's out of vision.
Well, I've got a face for commentary, so I'm quite happy there's no
60.
camera. This is going exactly how Richie wanted. That 44 finish has given him a big chance, but you'd just be thinking, just one treble here, please.
60.
That still gives JV a chance. And JV, if he can get that first start right, that's what he's all about. It's just a little bit low there, but he's doing the sensible thing. But he's just going below there. That's great dart. Keeps him in this contest. But with 188, it's this bit of setting it up. Get above that treble 20,
80.
Richie. Needs 2 trebles, do you think, Henry?
You'd like to think, because Parkin's just upped it on the doubles,
96.
hasn't he? Since he's
Richie
got his
require
first, he's only missed
108.
one since.
Great marker. You go treble 18 with
41.
just the width, and
Jack,
you can tell you
require
don't need a commentator
141.
there. That's frustrating. That could have easily left 16. So Jack's not out with this game. He won't be happy with that.
44.
Once again, a poor setup.
Richie requires 67.
Treble 17 for 67. It's all getting messy. He's going to have to use the bull here now. It's all about the bull. I'm not sure if he
26.
set that finish
Jack,
up.
you
I've gone for the bull there,
require
Richie lad.
97.
And this will hurt. He's been second best once again in this leg, but his finishing is 2 out of 2 at the moment.
77. Richie
see Richie's
requires
reaction there?
41.
Let's see if I can call this in. 41 for the Whitby man. For his first 2 points in the MODUS Super Series. Double 8.
25. Jack, you require
The hardest
20.
double to hit is the one to win the match. Case in point there. Jack Vincent, double 10 for 3-3.
Yeah, that's game short in the
And what did we say about double 5, Glenn?
No one's missed it all week. But if you said to Richie, it's your darts in the last leg and you're going to get
7th and
24
final
darts to
leg
win
is
it,
Jack to throw first.
you've only got
Game
yourself
on.
to blame. JB will be thinking, how am I still in this match? I'll tell you why, because that's a lovely dart for him.
100.
See the nod? The appreciative nod. He knew.
The game about knowing.
41.
I felt that this was a good game for Richie. You know, Jack had come after 5 losses on the spin. Just look at their angle there. Just look at the way them darts. So your decision
43.
there is when darts are going in angles like that, do you use the treble 19? That's the perfect dart for Richie with that long point, and he'll stay there.
99.
3-3. Nothing in this match right now. He's got the feeling. Couple of trebles here from either player.
84.
And the treble 19 is invaluable.
What a plum first dart.
And we didn't stay there last time. I just felt there was spin. Maybe that was the reason
81.
why. Just one way to the other. You just tell this is the first game of the week for Richie. What he would give for 2 points right now. But for Jack, if he can start getting that
56.
winning feeling again, these 2 points are huge for both players.
Now, because he's got such a long dart,
60.
can that first dart just above the wire help him just because you'd think make the treble bed a bit bigger in the scoring phase?
You would think so, and I think that's why a lot of people are using these longer points now, just so you can see the bed more.
100.
But right now, you've just got to feel. He needs to fill this up. And that's the perfect dart for him. Oh,
95.
that's
Jack, you
so easy
require
at 140.
118.
That's so easy, a better score than that. But Jack doesn't care. 118, just the one treble needed. He'll stay there. He'll set it up.
58. Richie, you require 125.
Vincent on 60, but to secure a debut win here at the Super Series, Richie Parkin will not convert the 125. And so Jack Vincent's going to get the opportunity
93.
on 60 to seal the
Jack, you
opening rubber
require
and to keep the
60.
trend of players who have played on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, claim opening wins against players who have entered the fray today. But he's missed the ball with the first one. So it means he's only going to get one dart at tops to secure that win. And
20.
Parkin returns for the double 16.
Richie, you require 32.
Did not expect to come back, that's for sure. But for the massive 2 points, you won't care how he's played, how he's got there.
Game,
Double 16,
shot,
and it's the
and a
Whitby
match,
man
Richie Parkin.
on debut, who takes his first 2 points in the MODUS Super Series. He will be playing absolutely fantastic right now. He'll go back in the Players' Lounge feeling great. The best is to come from Richie Parkin.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Richie Parkin has picked up a victory on debut. The Whitby thrower winning in a last leg decider against Jack Vincent, the man who was bottom of Group A. Struggled really at the start there. Good finishing from Vincent, but the scoring wasn't really there. An average of just 74, and Parkin managed to finally get over the line, having missed the opportunity to do so earlier in the match. An impressive start from him, and he's making Glenn Durrant look good as well, isn't he? He predicted that he would be a force to be reckoned with in this group, and a good start from the debutant there. Okay, moving on to the next match, the fourth game of the day, and it is Lisa Ashton against... I completely forgot who it was against. Lee Shuin, there we go. Lisa Ashton producing that tops checkout in her previous match. Fantastic win for her and a fantastic finish against Josh Richardson to take out the 100. And Lisa is looking to win her first 2 games for the first time this week. She faces Lee Shuin, and we've mentioned a few times his fate the last time he was here. Well, here he is in that 9-dart shootout that we've spoken about, and he lost it. A cruel way to depart. You can actually see the full thing, the whole 9-dart shootout. A history-making moment it was here at the Super Series on our YouTube channel. Just search for the 9-dart shootout and watch that back in full. Some great darting drama, as always, here at the MODUS Super Series. But this next match is a meeting made in Lancashire. So will it be the Rose who reigns, or can the Cobbler kickstart his campaign? Let's find out with Henry and Glenn.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, lights out round 2 here at the Super Series for Thursday, and it's a battle of the Northwest as Fleetwood takes on Bolton. I suppose that's quite a frequent battle these days.
Yeah, they're going to know each other very, very well. I don't know how Lee Shewan's going to feel about this game, but Lisa, as Chris rightly said there, get a bit of 2 wins on the spin would be absolutely ideal. Something that she, and you just feel sometimes she'd get a couple of wins under her belt. She could run away with this group, and we were both surprised where she was sat in the betting stakes at the beginning of the day. But I would make her a favourite for the group if she can get past Lee.
First leg, it's leader throw first. Game on.
I just wonder whether the fact that Lee's had a game under his belt already
81.
might actually be a help for him. There was just times against Jack in that first game where it just looked as if he was still trying to settle into things a little bit.
It was very
100.
interesting when I spoke to him, that his words to me was that I'm on first, you know, so clearly it was in his mind. But I said to him, you know, look at the positive side. You get on first, you go and show your opponents, get your 2 points on the board. I used to love going on first. I remember being #1 seed for the World Masters and starting my campaign at Lakeside for the Masters at 10 o'clock in the morning. But I was done and dusted by 10:30, you know, while, you know, the other big hitters, the Adams, the Mitchells, the Jamie Hughes were not playing till 11 at night. So there was something
63.
for me about going on, laying a marker and then getting back. And that was the opportunity that Lee had in that first game.
So you got on and won and got off the stage in time to
85.
still have a McDonald's breakfast.
I think I had 2 that day. I was quite peckish. I think that's when I booked the wrong hotel, the wrong Lakeside, believe it or not.
So
how far away was it from the actual venue?
If I said a mile, you would think, well, that's not too bad, Glenn. What you whinging at? 15 quid. Honestly, you Southerners, man.
100.
Robbing us blind.
League requires 78.
I can go from Middlesbrough to Newcastle for 2.5 quid.
Lovely metric down there. 66 left here for Shuin, following that slip into the treble 4. So 16 for the bullseye. That leaves double 9.
69.
That goes inside, and
Lisa
Ashton returns
156.
for the 156.
And the toughest part of this 9, believe it or not, especially with them desperate to get 2 points, is this first dart. But that's absolutely perfect. I like the way he stands back. I would have said that to Jack Vincent a couple of times this week. That is a lovely 2 darts. The best 2 darts he's thrown this morning. He'll be feeling much, much better about himself. And hopefully we'll get one of them wonderful side views. I'll try and analyse a little bit of Lee's throw for you. But he'll be feeling good right now.
60.
I wonder if Wes Newton's watching. Not his brother Dale.
100.
And a big shout to one of my darting heroes, Tommy Thompson. Kirsty, hopefully you're watching. Tommy, get me on that coach to get me on that boat to Isle of Man next year. I'm going to get my title back for Crash. I'm going to take all your money off your TT.
100.
Where's the best place you've ever travelled for darts, Glenn?
82.
That's a good question. As in the venue or the city or...
Yeah, cities, you know, somewhere you travel and you think, do you know what, if I'm not about and I've got some time off, I'd love to visit there as a tourist.
I think because I was playing for England as well, I think Canada was really special, Newfoundland. But we didn't see an awful lot of the venue because England was so successful.
Lee, you require 121.
That was the second 180 there from Lee. So 1-2-1. We're beginning to see what he's really about. He's averaging over 100. So treble 20 here. So 76. He'll probably stay there.
60.
That's the only problem when you go that little bit lower.
Lisa, you
They're going a little bit higher there. But yeah, Canada was pretty special.
This should be special.
I was there with this lady. Big 16.
96. Lee, you require 61.
And I've talked an awful lot to people. Remember, 51 finishes to 72 practice, and this 61 wins or loses matches.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Lee Shuin.
This is good.
And
this is good.
And first time since Aaron Monk, I've actually heard the celebration there. Was a come on.
Third leg
That's how much
is
it means to these players.
First. Game on.
That's why it's so tough to read.
99.
You know, Lee seemed to struggle the first game. Lisa was buoyant after her victory. You probably felt as they both walked on the stage that
60.
the makings all ready for a Lisa win. 2 out of 2. I think she'd be surprised she's 2-0 down right now. But we're seeing the real Lee Shewan now.
59.
Cobblers.
So we're seeing a new Shuin. That was terrible. That was terrible. It's that bad. I'm going to walk out.
Yeah,
I'm going to walk out. I'll see you later, folks.
I don't know if it's what's worse, that or the shirt. Been talking about this 3-4-3 when we've been talking about good counters and how people are thinking already. 3-4-3 after 6 starts. It's only you can't. No matter what you do, you can't get to a finish.
100.
So many people are already working from the 300s. How they're going to get down to finish there. So proper old school, even 3-4-3.
17.
That'll be frustrating. And sometimes when you've got that lead, that 2-0 lead, you're in front of in the leg as well. Just get above that treble because it's just going to give opportunities to one of the greats of this game in Lisa. Both averaging 90. Cracking contest.
A few more of these wouldn't
85.
be too bad.
Lisa, you require 119.
119 for Lisa Ashton. We'll start downstairs. Which means the treble 12 would leave double 13. The single would leave the bull. But that single 9 means 13 for tops.
79. Lee, you
Expertly
require
done.
116.
So Shuin back foot. 116. We'll start downstairs. Treble 19.
Good marker. Just keep your eyes on Lisa there. She never ever watches anything going. She just listens to that dulcet
56.
tone of Marco
Lisa,
before
you
she walks
require
there.
40.
You feel this this has to go. We know this is going to go in.
Yeah, that's game short in the third.
Anyone's been watching the past
Lisa
3 days, double 5. It must be the size of a bucket because no one misses it.
Forward leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Back on throw now, Henry.
Crucial moments in this game. We talk about it so often and how pivotal the fourth leg can be in these tight contests because it can just swing it one way or the
41.
other. It changes the tungsten tide. But do you think, as of yet, are we still waiting for someone
100.
to put out a statement performance to lay down the gauntlet for the rest of the field to follow?
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I totally 100% agree. And I think that person could be Jacques. I think I'm expecting he's got Richie up next. And I think he's the guy most likely
96.
to stand above that parapet and say, I'm here. I want to get there Saturday night. While the others are really looking quite tense, and which is expected. Josh,
47.
Richie, Lee, here for the first time this week. But for me, it was Lisa this morning who I thought could be the player who could do exactly
59. $140. Lisa, you require 150.
She will not be going for 3 bulls. Did you watch that with Simon Whitlock that day?
Incredible.
42.
I watched Ricky Evans do it at a Borough Boys exhibition once. He was a young lad that day. Still as quick as he is now.
58. Lisa, you require 108.
Lisa Ashton goes at some pace as well. 90 left. And so double 18, that just sneaks in for the Shanghai on 18 for 2-2.
Lisa Ashton.
Another 100+ finish has been some of them this week, but that 108, there's so many players have gone 19s, people go 20s.
Fifth flag is leader throw first.
And Lisa just demonstrated that 18 is not a bad way to go either. And from nowhere, it's suddenly 2-2.
Desmond.
134. $60.
And just when you think Lisa's taking the ascendancy, and that's something else from this week in these best of 7 clashes. The ups, the downs. You think someone's taking
100.
control, and the other one will hit a finish from nowhere. So what I would say to any player, just a bit like Josh Richardson in his game when he was 3-0 down, it's never over when it's such a sprint.
121.
Excellent visit there from Ashton, but it's the amount of ton visits or visits with a treble that just is keeping Lisa under
46.
pressure at every single juncture.
I think Lee Shuin's royalty, the way he's holding that little finger up. Watch this.
60.
Eric Bristow-esque. Watch his little finger on. Look at that. Watch Mike Tinder and I'm a Celebrity drink a drinking challenge with his finger still up there, so he hadn't forgot his royalty roots.
140. Lee, you require 84.
Lovely leg of darts on both players. Treble 20. So it's going to go 19 bull. Treble 19 will be the bonus. Bull.
Yeah, that's game short on the fifth.
There
flag.
is. I've screamed bull
Shewan.
all week. Alan Warren-esque. And none of them have gone in, but for the first time,
Six flag
Lisa will be
is
thinking,
Lisa to
why
throw
me?
first. Game on.
Here we go again.
And a lovely mark of respect there as that bullseye went in.
60.
Sporting fist bump.
She didn't mean it really, She was sat there going,
45.
That's the first time Lee Shuin's kicked off a leg in this match of a visitor that hasn't piled pressure on the opponent.
60.
yes, he's got his scoring boots on in this game, that's for sure. So the big thing I can see from this is his elbows
100.
quite high up there, but that Eric Bristow finger, you can't take your eyes off it. So his grip is a little bit different. If you watch him before he's thrown a dart,
100.
just the way he's messing about with that dart in his fingers there, can you see that? Until he gets it absolutely perfect. So for me, the fascinating bit about that throw there, and also there's a little bit of body movement. His head's going forward with the darts there as well. I try to promote being as still as possible. Don't walk with the dart.
100.
He's got some little bits and bobs with his fingers and moving forward. Can you see that? Bit of body movement there, but certainly works for him.
95.
And with an action that Lee has, because there's a lot of moving components, how difficult is repetition from one throw to the next?
Well, I mean, look at John Henderson. He rocking and rolling.
100.
They all know the point of release. That's really important, and it's a crazy feeling when you do that. And something I can see from there is every dart's the same, so that's exactly what you want. When when you're throwing a dart
34.
there.
Lisa, you require
81.
81.
At 3-2 down, and with Lee sat on 67. This bull probably requires. She's going to give him it back.
38.
She's not. Chance
Lee
for Lee Shewan to get
requires
his 2 points on the
67.
board. Treble 17 with his first dart. Tops for the match. Lee Shewan.
27. Lisa, you require
Did you
43.
think that was a Shuin to go in there? I'm leaving now.
2-16, so
That's game
3-3.
short in the sixth leg.
And
Lisa
for the third
Ashton.
consecutive game, we go all the way to a deciding leg. It's tiebreak Thursday at the Super Series.
Seventh and final leg. It's the leader
Yes, I'm
through
going
first.
to change my nickname to
Game
4-3. The relationship between the two of them is really good.
140.
Very sportsman. Another fist pump there in between there, but right now that 140 will feel absolutely brilliant. All you want to hear now is 60. So Lee bounces to the hockey now and 1 treble. That's all you need now. It's a bonus. That's a flyer.
120.
And that last dart, I can't even begin to tell you how good that feels after that 5. To go 140, 125 in a deciding leg when your opponent hasn't hit the treble.
60.
Now you're feeling wonderful. Now it's in your hands. It's yours to lose now, Lee.
40.
Cobblers.
Well, because of his good start to the leg, he had to forward himself some time.
44.
And Lisa here is having her worst leg of the match at the worst possible time.
I think it's the worst leg of the week. 60-60, 44 was not in the script for Lisa.
And so Shuin here
60.
and take full advantage. The 60 leaves them 136 after 12. Is going to get at least, well, should get 6 darts at it. Will get 6 darts at it. To
93.
till his
Lee,
first
you
win
require
of the day.
136.
It would stop Lisa Ashton from getting on to 4 points, and he may do it at this visit. Another one of them leaves a dart at 88 to
Team
win
shots
in
and a match.
style
Lee
for
Shewan.
Lee Shewan, who gets the better of Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 3. And so the cobbler is on the board against the Lancashire Rose. A 4-3 win for him. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to see Richie Parkin in action. He takes on Jacques Labre.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yeah, this is the world's leading weekly darts tournament. £20,000 up for grabs for the winner of each Champions Week. £5,000 up for grabs for the winner of each week. And that's what they're all battling out for this week. Conor Heenan already through to finals tonight. We'll be joined by two players from this group. And Shuin has just got his first foot forward in pursuit of that Saturday night spot. A 4-3 win against Lisa Ashton in that previous match. An unforgettable 1-3-6 finish there from Shuin. Lisa Ashton was decent as well. A 108 for her, hit half of her double attempts, but she goes down 4-3. The majority of her matches have been 4-3 this week. In fact, Lisa Ashton, 10 out of 17 games have gone to last leg deciders one way or the other for the Lancashire Rose this week. But now attention turns to two players who won their opening matches this morning in the meeting between Richie Parkin and Jacques Labre. Labra beat Shuin earlier on. The most convincing display of the day so far. A 4-1 success sealed with this clinical 78 checkout for the Frenchman. And then Parkin, well, he survived match darts against Jack Vincent, who missed the board entirely there. What a mistake that was, going for a big 20 to set up the 60. Only getting one dart at tops as a result, missing it. And Richie Parkin stepping forward to pin the double 16 and win on his MODUS Super Series debut. Might be a stiffer test for him now. The bookmakers have made Jacques Labre the shortest price player in the field to win this group. So let's see if the French fancy can continue to live up to his favourite tag when he plays Parking.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, which player is going to keep their unbeaten record? Jacques is a big favourite going into this game, but I can just see already looking at Richie, he's feeling relaxed now. Just by his shoulders. I think anything for him now is going to be a bonus, and it's going to be tough for anyone. But what a statistic that was for Lisa. No wonder she's having problems with her elbow and her arm. 10 out of 17 matches going all the way. She has thrown some unbelievable darts. But what I would say to her, that's just money in the bank for Ali Pali. All this match conditions, match darts. Incredible. But Jacques, the most improved player since Monday. And now a hot favourite with the bookies.
Before we get this game underway, we've had a comment come in from one of our viewers that are coaching, get in contact with us here at the Super Series on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram is at MSS Darts. It's from Liam Sherlock. He says, come on the thriller, Richie Parkin, Whitby's #1, and a big birthday
91.
to my fellow smoggy Glenn Durrant.
He's a good guy. It's great to see that. And I'm talking to people as well, but if my voice goes a bit shaky, my daughter's just sent me a message
54.
from my grandson. God, I was reading it there. That was a bad timing. I've got a bit of a lump in my throat reading that. But yeah, everybody at home is behind Richie. And I can tell everybody watching this now, he's relaxed now.
100.
And you know when I talked about the way he was floating darting in that first game? These darts are going in with aplomb. They're going in with a bit more of a thrust from the arm now, but the improvement from this guy has been incredible.
125.
All the ingredients for the great contest here.
And we mentioned in the last game, I think we're still waiting for someone to put in that statement performance to lay down the gauntlet for the rest of the field. Leishman in that last one, 87.32, which is actually the highest average we've seen so far today.
Yeah, and off air, we both felt it could be Jacques. But Richie has, like I said, at Q School last year, pinged in 113 average. So his game is there. And like many of these players, when they get the timing right, when they're feeling good, The averages can be, as Henry said earlier, stratospheric.
$134. Richie requiring
That's a lovely
156.
setup. We've seen this 156 this week. And we're going to see it again because that is sat perfectly. And you don't need me to commentate. You saw exactly, but that's a stunning 140 there from Richie and puts all the pressure in the world on this 128.
So 18's first. Now treble 20. Left the bullseye, so Parkin returns for the double 8.
88. Richie requiring
Take
60.
the opener with the darts. Larbor, big favourite to win this match.
Yeah,
It's Parkin who takes the opener with the darts in 17. About par for the course in this format. 1 from 2 on the doubles.
Second leg is Jacques Labre.
Richie said to me last week, I'm really nervous about coming here. I'm shocked I've got the invite. But after a win under his belt now and really showing people
49.
already over that 90 average again, he's showing people exactly the reason why he's here. And that's why get to your local ADC comps next year, guys. Get the opportunity. If you get a call from the MODUS Super Series team,
60.
Don't turn it down.
This is an unbelievable opportunity. An unbelievable
41.
opportunity.
Yeah, I want to see Carl Coleman and Sean Matthews here next year. I've had a nice message off the pair of them today, wishing me a happy birthday. It'd be great to sit and commentate for them next year and do exactly what Richie Parkin is doing right now. He is feeling great. And who's going to come out from the pack? Might just be the guy from Whitby.
60.
Parkin looks like he's perking here.
Stop it.
$85.
Your first thoughts about him now you've seen him for a game and a bit?
You mentioned to me before the first game about the throw, and it really is a nice action. Maybe just the one thing, possibly a little bit more force on the release of maybe the one thing I'd mention, but there's a lot of components there that could make him very successful, very steady. Well, more than steady in this leg.
Another treble would be nice.
100.
Well, that's very, very acceptable. Big points advantage and a 1-0 victory so far. So, all looking good for Richie Parkin.
100. Richie requires 76.
See that? The way Jacques is walking back, that's not what he was doing on Monday. Double 8 for the 2-0 lead. Will it be clinical?
Yeah, it has game short in the
Certainly
second
will
leg.
be. Very,
Richie
very
Parkin.
impressive start from Richie Parkin.
93 average after the first 2 legs, 15 darter in
Third
that one,
leg is
leading
Richie to throw
Jacques
first.
Labre by
Game
2
on.
legs to nil. We mentioned, will someone lay down the gauntlet in this group? Or maybe Richie Parkin is going to put out the first statement performance in Group C.
Jacques give us the hors d'oeuvre
98.
at the beginning of the day. But right now the mains is with Richie Parkin.
$60.
Richie Parkin's nickname is Thriller. He's not one for a shirt. I'm surprised. I think he's usually wearing a round neck,
87.
casual arrogance one. I would like to see a big Thriller at the back or Chameau. And we had Man in the Mirror by Mike Warburton this week, didn't we? Singing to us. What a voice he's got.
85.
And a big contingent of fans come from Whitby as well. Whitby girls, most famously.
85.
Yeah, the Lakeside, they were absolutely amazing. I think if I look through my phone and 2016 to 19, a lot of them, and they were dressed up differently every other night, you know. They made a huge effort. I tell you what, I think the whole of Whitby would go if Richie
45.
got to Lakeside. He's a big personality down there. I've done a couple of presentations for the ladies Whitby darts team. And if I'm not there, it's usually Richie as well. So he's got the whole town behind him. And I can assure you, everyone from work, they're all watching now. They're all listening now. This is a big thing for Richie this week. And so far, he's grabbing it with both hands.
96. Richie requiring 167.
167 for Parkin. He's got 6 darts at it.
He should stay there, Henry.
Or maybe he just fancies it. Maybe he's in that kind of
95.
mood.
Yeah, and I wouldn't advise that. That first one was just absolutely perfect for him, and sometimes about just playing the percentages. It's a great last start.
Which you require 72.
I like him, I must admit. I do like Jacques. Another one of them, Henry. There's a big moment. Tops for a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, that's game short in a third line.
Just look at that response from Richie. Very quietly spoken, softly spoken. Very endearing young man. But also when he's on that dartboard, he can grimace, he can growl, and he can punch that air like the best of them.
And he looks so solid in doing so as well. He looks as if he can go to those levels all day long.
So solid, absolutely. And he's got a crew of people with him, so maybe that's the so solid crew
100
in it.
$60.
The most important thing to do now is just focus. Don't be getting too excited. Don't be seeing that winning line too soon. Just stick to the fundamentals, because this guy is solid.
100.
This guy is absolutely solid. People might be wondering what I'm talking about there, but what I saw with Jacques on Monday
45.
compared to what I see in now is from someone who's the occasion got to him. But what I'm seeing now is a Europe Cup champion.
41.
He's not berating himself. He's not beating himself up. He's not telling Richie anything. Richie this moment won't care, because that's sitting perfect, that first start for him. He just wants to lob that one over that.
100.
As in diagram B.
$140.
I say the bookies don't make mistakes, but they did have Jacques as a big favourite for this game. But Richie just under that 90 average. Probably go over that with this score here.
100. Jacques, you require 120.
That's the endearing thing with this format, because at any moment, any player, and the groups are always well matched, can put out a performance that stuns them and stuns
60.
us. I'll get my teeth back in.
2 trebles needed, put some pressure, because you have to fancy that 60 with Jacques. Jacques hasn't had a dart or double in this game so far.
100. Jacques, you require 60.
Let's see how he's feeling right now, because Richie's on a 2-dart combo.
And is that his
40.
last chance? Because Parkin
Richie
returns
require 96.
for 96 to make it 2 wins from 2 at the Super Series, and to do it to 0 against the man who was
Game,
favourite to
shot,
win the
and
group.
a match,
And
Richie
Richie
Parkin.
Parkin with a statement victory 4-0 against Jacques Labre. And maybe he is the man to progress through the pack here in Group C. That's 2 wins from 2 now for Richie Parkin. He gets the better of Jacques Labre by 4 legs to 0. We're going to take a short break, and it's the battle of Josh and Jack right after that.
Well, how about that? Before the break there, the fish factory worker, Richie Parkin, leaving Jacques Labre with a chip on his shoulder. Or should that be a French fry? Labra going down 4-0 to the debutant here at the Super Series. What a performance from Parkin, who certainly has settled into life at the MODUS Super Series. An average just shy of 94 out of 6 on the doubles, 96 checkout to win the match, and only allowing the group favourite, Jacques Labre, 2 darts at double in the entire game. Well, that was a meeting between two players who'd both won their first match. Now we've got one between two players who were defeated in their opening encounters as Josh Richardson takes on Jack Vincent. Richardson did produce a nice 104 checkout in his defeat to Lisa Ashton earlier on. She was waiting on tops to win the match. She eventually did win it by 4 legs to 3. And Vincent, well, he went down to Richie Parkin in his opener, mismatch dart in that one as well, but has produced some decent stuff this week. This one of 4 ton-plus finishes from the ADC qualifier in Group A. So, for one of those, it will be 2 points on the board, but the other will be stranded at the foot of the table with no victories from their opening 2 matches. It's Josh versus Jack. And at this point, normally, we would have Glenn Durrant up on the balcony to reflect on the day's action so far, but now he's another year older. We thought we'd save his legs, and he will reflect with Henry Deacon instead.
No, Chris, apparently he wanted to spend his birthday with me rather than you, but Glenn, how have you reflected on the first 5 games?
Well, for me, it's all been about Richie Parkin. You know, he's the debutant. We were talking before. I was a little bit nervous for him. He did a bit of a Jamie Durham by coming out the traps really quickly. Then I was worried that he would then go, start losing some games. But right now, he looks the form man of the player of the group so far. This is an interesting game. Josh is a heavy favourite against Jack, who's on a really bad run right now. I'll be keen to sort of speak with Jack. Does he realise what type of run he's on? I know he's losing games, but is that on his mind? So rightly so, the bookies have made Josh a big favourite. I still think the game with Lisa and Jacques to come, that could determine who's going to go top of the league after today's phase. But it's been a brilliant morning. And loving every second of it. But the pun about the fish factory
57
from Chris Murphy there with a chip on his shoulder. Good cod.
Also, you having that from Murph about you not going up to the balcony because you're another year older? I wouldn't be having that.
Well, no, I agree with that. At 52 now, I could play in the World Seniors.
$100.
Lovely dart.
Wouldn't think of anything better to do on your birthday,
100.
I'm loving every second. That's the first non-joke of the day. I'm absolutely in my element here. I must admit, getting that message off my daughter was tough.
96.
And sometimes you wish to be at home, but no, I've got the best seat of the house, but I can't wait for Saturday night. I just think with the crowd in as well and the type of players we've got, just chatting with Connor as well yesterday, how much it meant to him, and he's done that before via the Monday route, but now he wants to cement a victory and get to that Champions Week. The players are loving it.
42.
The commentary team are loving it. It's been a great week so far.
And if you want to be here on Saturday night, dartshop.tv, the place to be for your
60.
tickets. And they are free. It's a free night out at the darts. They're all complimentary. They're all for your viewing pleasure. And it is one of those
81.
Unique experiences in darts as well. You have to put it on your bucket list. You have to put it on the bucket list. And don't just take my word for it. Take the words of a 3-time Lakeside champ and a Premier League champ.
Yes, come and see me. Come
42.
on.
42. Josh, you require 125.
Bull.
Yeah, that's getting short
I'm
in the
getting used
first
to this now, aren't I?
Josh Richardson.
Alan Warrener, who are you? What a finish there from Josh.
Second leg
and
is
when
Jack
you're looking for moments
first.
in a day,
Game on.
you're looking for the moments like, after his first game today, you'd be thinking, that didn't go as planned, and now all of a sudden, I could have to be bottom of the league. Then you get a spark. Then you get a bullseye finish on a 1-2-5, and all of a sudden you're feeling really good about yourself.
And Jack Vincent there in the
39.
background, as Josh Richardson stared down the bullseye, was just looking at the scoreboard, and when he must have seen or heard the game shot call
60.
for Marco Myers, heart must have, he must have thought after that first dart he was coming back to the board.
It's a terrible feeling. It really is when you hear that game shot sound and you're just praying to hear at least a number. For me, my
41.
most memorable doing, and I never looked at anyone going for a double, but when I played Van Gerwen at Blackpool and he wanted 86 to go 12 each, and I just closed my eyes, looked at the crowd, and you just pray not to hear game
54.
shots. Lisa did the same. Lisa was not watching darts. Yeah, you'll get some players like a Gerwin Price who were stood behind you watching every dart. We're all different, I guess.
41.
Both players really struggling here.
60.
Just signs of frustration there from Jack. Something that he hasn't done. When you talked about his strengths, that a lot of the negatives that's happening for him, the experience of the negatives, he hasn't really demonstrated
60.
any disappointment on the stage there, but you just begin to see the frustration from him.
And the same way that one player playing good stuff can bring the other one up, can the fact that when one struggles, you almost try too hard to take advantage of it, and then you can also be sucked into that trap as well.
Yeah, there was a game yesterday with Lisa. Not often you see Lisa averages in the 60s.
134.
And both players were just playing so
87.
bad. And then one had a spark, and the other one then replicated that. So there's no need for the bullseye in this way. 88.
71.
So that's why you didn't go for the 20s there, because Josh is still way back on 186.
We won't go back on the ABBA puns, but
16.
Josh Richardson is
Jack
making his
Labre,
mind up there to
16.
leave the big fish. And so Vincent returns for 88 for one apiece in this game. One left.
No score.
But it doesn't go.
Josh
And so
require
Richardson,
170.
can he find the big fish on the back of that previous visit? It would have been the ultimate darting irony, but not on this occasion. And both players still
77.
trying to
Jack
find their
Labre,
rhythm
16.
in this particular matchup as Vincent returns for the 88 to level us up.
There was nothing wrong with his attempts last time. Absolutely, he's bending away, and that's why what happens.
That's game short in
And
a
that's
second
probably not his
player.
greatest
Jack
stuff, because all he
Vincent.
did there was just bounce it off the tungsten there. He deserves that. He absolutely deserves to be one each here.
Third leg is Josh to throw first. Game on.
It's been intriguing reading Josh's CV, but one thing that really stood out for me is I can't tell you how proud I was to win the British Open pairs. It was our competition in Bridlington.
43.
And for him to win it with his dad, the only father and son ever to win a pairs competition, that must have been a special moment for both players.
Glenn,
37.
Glenn, you're here. James does tune in, so morning, James. No doubt I'm going to get some jib for calling you Glenn there.
100.
He's given me some fantastic info today. Something to talk about at the Curry House, the Curry Club on Monday, that's for sure. That's for Shuin.
45.
James Richardson, the proud holder of the most famous slow cooker in world darts.
True story.
100.
Ever had a ruthless Vindaloo? Because I've heard that it's meant to be something to really...
My bottom right now is telling me it's a possibility I did yesterday.
100. 43.
I think the production team are picking on our choices of words here. Ruthless for the four corners.
96.
Yeah. Every single time. There's probably about 3 bingo cards in there, Glenn.
134.
Suppose you better bring Middlesbrough up. That'll probably take another one off.
Yeah. I haven't said Palmo yet, have I? This game needs something. And the two treble 19s from Josh there.
Josh should require 81.
Could be what he needs. This would... I like that. So 16. Tops.
Yeah, that's game short.
Absolutely love that way of finishing.
Josh
And that was something that Peter Manley used to do an awful lot. It just gives you the guarantee pretty much that you're going to get a shot or a double.
Forward
whereas
Jack to throw
if you go 81 and treble first, you can only usually guarantee yourself a dart at the bull. And with Jack Vincent on 164, it seems the right choice.
It's ball management. You're better to have one in the hand than two in the bush, as the old saying would go.
It's another one on the bingo card, I think, that one.
140.
Josh is waking up.
Who's going to play their cards right in this one?
$60.
Both players losing out in last leg deciders in their first games of the day. Richardson 4-3 to Lisa
93.
Ashton. Meanwhile, for Vincent, he was on the wrong end of a 4-3 scoreline against Richie Parkin. So both players looking for their first victory in the group in this particular matchup. And then coming up after this
46.
one, we're going to see Shuin fresh off the back of another 4-3 victory. That was against Lisa Ashton. He takes on Parkin, who is at the minute the table topper in Group A, Group C.
134.
Josh has put 10 on his average in the past leg and a half. He's really taking grips of this match now. Someone needed to.
59. Josh should require 134.
Is he another one on 17s or... Oh, there's a new one for me. 18s now. And when you're so far ahead, that frustrates me a little bit.
40.
My thoughts on that are 134 when the guy's on, you know, you can consider going treble 18 and then the two doubles then. When your guy's on 196, just play the percentages. Get back on that treble 20, which you're aiming for. Score 98, leave double 18, happy days.
And in this game of all games where both players, and it has to be admitted, are showing a bit of confidence as Richardson looks for the ball here. And if he finds the ball here, it could be one of the darts of the week. He's had to move all the way across to try 69. And bend the ball, but it doesn't go.
Check require 96.
And it's his own fault if he loses this leg for me. And we'll go back to that board management in a second. But and we're talking about double. Interesting.
56.
Because you would have thought the first dart was an obscure one there. So
many players are going double 19, but 2-8 for a 3-1 lead. Josh Richardson in a game where
that's game
both are nowhere near the best.
Josh Richardson.
But it's Josh who goes 3-1 up.
Fifth leg is Josh to throw first. Game on.
Lacking a lot of quality this game. But I can assure you all Josh is thinking right now, just get me the 2 points, get me on the board, and I'll show you. I've still got 2 days to go to show you my best. And I might just show you here, Glenn, with a 180.
That could be the moment that lights up the blue touch paper.
$60.
Now then, Josh. I suppose if Josh gets a 9 darter, would it be the first father and son to both hit 9 darters on the team? The only other one I could think possibly who could have done it was Aaron and Colin Monk.
180.
Better Jack. A lovely second dart again.
123.
He just needs to tighten up his first dart, Josh. And he's beginning to find a gear. Frustrating now for Jack. He seems to be playing his B+ game all of a sudden. 18. And for the match,
55. Jack, you require 161.
Well, this should be some way to save the match for Jack Vincent. Treble 17 would have left the bullseye, but Richardson returns for the double 10 for a 4-1 victory and to get his first points on the board. But
10.
Vincent gets another
Jack, you
chance.
require 83.
He gets another opportunity.
And how many times have we seen this week someone who's second best in the leg all the way? 16 for the bull. That's a long way.
49. Josh, you require
And with
10.
10 left, if he's been watching, that's the perfect surely.
Game.
Surely
Shots,
it goes in,
Josh
and Josh
Richardson.
gets his campaign underway with a 4-1 victory over Jack Vincent. It lacked a lot of quality that game, but all Josh will care about, it's 2 points, and I'm up and running.
Welcome back. So, joy for Josh Richardson before the break there, but no joy at all for Jack Vincent. He's now lost 10 successive matches across the last 3 days here at the Super Series, including his first 2 this morning. Compounded with that defeat at the hands of Josh Richardson, 4-1 in favour of the man nicknamed Stealth. Took out a fabulous 1-2-5 checkout on the bull in the opening leg of it. At the standard, nothing really to get excited about, but Richardson effective and getting over the line rather comfortably, despite giving Vincent a couple of opportunities in that last leg before crossing that winning line. Now, attention turns to a man who's unbeaten so far on his debut. Richie Parkin's been a revelation here on his first day at the MODUS Super Series. He takes on Shuin, who's had 1 defeat and 1 win so far. That win for Shuin came against Ashton in his second game of the morning, and it was a fabulous 1-3-6 checkout to get the job done, condemning Ashton to yet another 4-3 defeats, something familiar for her this week. As for Parkin, well, it was a 96 finish for him to complete a whitewash win against the pre-group favourite Jacques Labre of France. So brilliant stuff so far from Parkin. Can the unbeaten league leader remain undefeated on debut, or can Shuin succeed in pulling parallel with Parkin? Let's see.
Well, from my point of view, Chris, I think this is going to be a tough task for Richie. I think Lee was just beginning to show his quality against Lisa there, and just looking at him laughing and look at that. And that's the kind of spirit that is next door. But they're fiercely competitive when they're playing each other. But just seeing Lee like that, can you remember the Lee show when that came out first game, Henry? He looked tight in the shoulders, worried about going on first. He knows that win over Lisa there. He's super relaxed right now.
He's had a couple of games on the stage. He looks relaxed. He looks ready to go. But parallel parking?
Trying to come back with something. I'll give it to him. I'll ask him. You know, we can do. I mean, I thought I came up with the best one this week, with the candle, the Labra, but parallel, and especially the way you parallel park. Is that right, Owen? He's trying to give Richie Parkin the nickname Parallel. I feel like, how dare he, the way he parallel parks.
Anyway, to the darts. Shuin against Parkin in our 7th game of the day. And you can see this game's being played in a real nice mannerism, in a real nice tempo.
Isn't it nice to see? And I just think that's then conducive for a really great game. Both relaxed. You just feel that them tensions have gone now. But already now, the smiles are stopping. Unless Marco's throwing a few jokes there, is he?
What do you see in this one then, Glenn? We're just having a couple of more practice starts before we get underway here. Just in this game in general, in this group in general.
Well, in this match, I see a much more confident Lee Shewan. Richie Parkin, I think he came for 3 wins today. And
first leg is the
I'm
leader
sure he'll be thinking, if I can get through this
game
now, he could be looking at leading the table after day 1. Like I said, each game just has the different permutations of the group, etc. I just see a different Lee Shewan right now.
Parkin looking to start where he left off in the last game.
131.
Superb 4-0 win against Jacques Labre. He actually ended that one of 4 free matches that we saw at the start of the session.
And he was a heavy
82
underdog in that game, and I think he's enjoying that. I mean, where he's from in Whitby, he is the top dog there. So any time he loses a game will be a big thing. So for him being underdog,
40,
sort of a new experience for him.
And can that change the kidology? Because when you are the favourite, you've got that pressure, that expectation on you. Whereas if you've got nothing to lose, I suppose that's a new feeling, which you, even though it's probably a feeling you prefer to have about that pressure, it's still one you've got to adjust to.
What it does mean, though, he's used to winning. When you're the number 1 in an area, he's used to winning games in Whitby. So wherever you go,
100,
whether it's the British Open or the MODUS Super Series, you're full of confidence because you're used to winning. But now it's a good parallel exactly where his game is.
140.
To beat a Europe Cup singles champion, a challenge to a champion Jacques Labre, to be playing Lee Shewan now, it's a good indicator of where his game really is at. And I know for sure that Richie's here now, hoping someone's watching him, and who's prepared to take a punt on him for Q school. His dream would be a local business.
Which you require 130.
Because, he knows how difficult. But this 130 would do him no harm. Just sit down on top of that. That is the dart and a half. Bullseye.
105. Lee, you require 49.
Millimetres.
And so Shuin returns for this 49. Tops.
Yeah, that's
I do
King
like
Short
that
in the
Rob
first
Cross
lap.
where that
Lee
people sort of stand back a little bit. Maybe that's the part of the boring does a part of me. But I do like the way that people
third lag
sort of
is
just
Richie
give
to
themselves
throw
that little
first.
breather in between. And I think that's something I'd say to Jack Vincent, for him to get on the practice board when he gets home and just try them. Just try a little few things rather than just
27.
throwing the 3 darts as you do want to finish. Just give yourself a little break.
I don't know if you agree with this or not, Glenn, but when Rob Cross started to do it, he was the first player who kind of
45.
did that. A lot of people thought at first, why is he doing that? He's ruining the rhythm. However, as time's gone on, a lot more players have adopted, seen Rob Cross successful doing it, and the mantra has kind of changed to If you're not set, you're
140.
not ready, step back, recompose, and make sure you're ready to deliver every single dart.
Yeah, the only slight disagreement to what you said, I think Kevin Painter was the first. I used to watch him an
45.
awful lot, and watching him on the Super Series a couple of weeks ago, he still does exactly that. And it's just, like you said, it's just a chance to start your process again, and more importantly, just get a breath in.
140.
I always say to people, exhale of breath equals confidence.
Breathing is important.
I know it sounds. I know what people might think of
140.
that statement, but yes. 140 would be nice here, and that is sitting absolutely perfect for him. Another one. No, look, Shuin.
100.
Now, Shuin should have started down there.
I thought with his experience as well, he would have started. And why are we saying that?
Richie
Because a treble 19 and a
94.
single 19, that brings the bullseye into the game for a 170 finish. I dare I talk about the setting up of finishes again?
37.
Because they've been pretty poor, but that last dart's a good one, because what that does now, using the bullseye like that, it gives a 2-dart combination finish. And I guess that's the second best and what he could do there.
100.
But that last dart will
Richie
hurt.
Parkin,
That
57.
treble 20 of Lee's will hurt, because this 57 you feel now is a must. Surely.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Richie Parkin.
He's playing well. He's playing very, very well. And I like that. Like I said, the camaraderie between them.
Third leg is leader through
They're playing
first.
for $5 this
Game
week.
on.
But that doesn't stop this room at the side of us. They're all getting on. They're all chatting about darting experiences. They're all talking about things. But they're fiercely
59.
competitive when they're playing each other.
And that's the way it should be. This is one of 2 sessions you're going to see today here at the MODUS Super Series. We return at 10 o'clock this evening on Sporty Stuff TV and on the
81.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And it'll be for the beginning of Group B, where we're going to see Mac Dennett, Mike Warburton, Lee Evans, Andreas Harrison, and Jamie Kelling all in action. But back here, back in the room, Lee Shuin gets the first maximum of the match.
Just when you thought that Richie was beginning to take control of this game.
140.
140 was there, but this is warming up nicely.
It is hotting up like the coals on a fire.
But if you could just watch the Lee Shuin from game 1 and the Lee Shuin now, and that's what I would say to Lee, if you can have this air of confidence,
25.
air of
Lee require
relaxation about himself,
137.
the smile on his face. He was full attention early doors.
42.
It's a poor last start, but he's well ahead. Richie needs to dig deep into this 255.
He's afforded himself the opportunity, but he may be severely punished if Parkin can find another treble
99.
here. He doesn't.
Lee, you
He
require
does leave himself on a
95.
finish on 156, but Shuin now 95. But 2-1 lead. 2 8s.
87.
Just the other side.
Richie, you require
of the wire.
156.
So 156 for Parkin.
All about the first dart. Perfect. And I think he thought so too.
140.
If you're going to put some pressure on this double 8. But this double's been very kind to the players this week.
Yeah, that's game short in the third
That's
leg.
right in the
Lee
top. That's
Shewan.
sometimes you think me luck's in, because that was closer to double 18 than he would have liked. But it's 2-1
Fourth leg
Shuin.
is Richie to throw first. Game on.
Game going with throw.
$57.
We mentioned earlier, didn't we, with the fact he's got a big dart, Richie, is when that first dart goes underneath the treble, and especially in that example where the second one goes underneath, he's got no room
96.
to manoeuvre. He has to perhaps switch a lot more than maybe what a lot of other players do because of the size of the dart.
Yeah, just look at the way he pulls that back on. Look at the angle of that dart going in there.
140.
And it's just giving this real loop, this incredible trajectory of a dart, whereas Lee's dart was quite standard. He's all about them fingers. There's lots going on there with his hand.
96.
They're totally different, and not two players throw the same. But that's an unbelievable angle before he lets go. But look at the follow through there. Look at the elbow.
100.
Nice and still. That's all you need to do.
83.
And 309, again, we've talked a lot this week, but sometimes when the players aren't 100% thinking of what's on there, they just give me a 140, give me a 139, but this is lovely stuff. Max?
180.
Beautiful to lead double 12 after 12 and to pile the pressure back on Shuin. Parkin now averaging just under 97. Lee Shuin has an ultra look over to the scoreboard before
Richie
firing a max of his
24.
own. And so Parkin returns for the double 12 and it's now under pressure. Big dart incoming.
No
Big
score.
dart missed. And Shuin's
Lee
back for the break
Unicorn
of throw and a
46.
3-1 lead. If he can convert this 46.
And that's why you're never out of a leg, because if a player hears a 180, that made the difference of that double 12 not going in. He thought that was in, he was walking. This is a horror double.
28. Richie required 24.
Richie be thinking, looks on my side today. You didn't expect Lee to miss that.
Yeah, that's game short
And
in
a
the forward
2-2.
leg. Richie
There's the fist
Parkin.
pump. There's the aggression. Everyone's saying what a nice guy is, how he floats a dart in, but there's as much aggression
Fifth
there
lag is the leader throw
as you'd want
first.
from a dart player
Game
in this
on.
stage. It's a best of 3 game now. Lee's got the dart. Is that going to be the important factor of this match?
Well, he could have been fighting for it
97.
right here, right now, bar for a couple of doubles in the wrong direction.
I asked Lee about his
100.
experience of that 9-dart shootout, and he said he sulked from Portsmouth to Fleetwood, but it was only the next day that he said the experience from that MODUS Super Series will only
100.
benefit for the future, and he's been really looking forward to this week, but he was just glad to be part of that experience, and only the 9th dart he threw was the only one he wished he could take back and throw again.
140.
Richie Parkin, people be wondering who he was, who he is. Even a lot of the team were asking me a lot about him.
140.
He's doing everything you need to do. And he's playing really well, been very consistent.
And this is the joy about this competition, where we get to unearth new talent, get to unearth new stars, which
131.
maybe to the
Lee
naked eye
required
many people haven't seen before,
164.
but those around the game have managed to see.
That leaves 88, so treble 16 or treble 20. And Richie's had a
96.
Richie's had a
Richie
pop of this
required
130 once a day, but you need 1 treble minimum. Still can be done. What a dart this could be for this match.
105. Lee, you require 68.
This is not a gimme, but what you give for a treble 20 at this point, and that is awful. So now he brings the bull into the match. He's done it once already.
43.
I think that's the same spot
Richie
Richie hit.
required 25.
These are the opportunities, Richie Parkin. Are you up for it? First part of the job done. Can it be?
9. Lee, you required 25.
Could just be about that little bit of lack of experience, because I do not expect Lee to miss this. He stands back again, goes through the process. Pretty much where Richie was.
Yeah, that's
that
game
is the
short in the
difference.
5th flag.
Just the
Lee
millimetres,
Shewan.
just a slight change there. Richie threw them darts just as good as what Lee did there. Millimetres.
6 flaggers,
Bit of
Richie to throw
experience.
first.
Well done, Lee
Game
Shewan.
on.
So Richie Parkin now throwing to stay in the games. Bit of quality encounter. Let's have a look at the averages after the 5th
83.
leg. 92 and 89 respectively. They were around the mid-90s up until those couple of missed doubles there. And this, perhaps, has been the difference here.
60.
3 from 8, 2 from 10 on the checkouts.
So Richie's averaging 93 and 2 out of 10. And I said his scoring, I have no doubt he can live with these 5 other players. It's his doubles up for the,
58.
what is required at this standard now. And that's an area he's got to improve on.
95.
I watched him practice last week at local league just to see how he prepares. And not once did he go for a double. He was just peppering that treble 20, just getting his arm ready.
100.
And I felt like saying to him, it's an area you're already very proficient at. Start working on those 68 finishes, 25 finishes, 48, 52. Because that's what you'll need next week.
For anyone aspiring or anyone new who's just taken up the sport, who want to take it a bit more seriously, when it comes to practice, in a session, what would you weight the split between going the scoring phase of it and then going for the checking out phase of a leg?
I work with a guy in Holland who it's called the Practice Guru on Twitter. I think he's absolutely amazing, and even to this day. Now, for me, I would do my warm-ups. You know, your bullseyes, your 20, your 90s, 18s, and I would always finish on matches at the end.
134.
But
Lee
it's
Unicorn,
in between.
111.
I think I was a little bit different to a lot of the players. It was doubles, doubles, doubles for the match.
91.
And with
Richie
England playing in the
66.
World Cup, Richie needs 66. And we all know what happened in that year. 16. Are you up for the challenge, Richie Parkin?
Yeah, that's game short in the sixth line.
That is quality,
Richie
young man.
Parkin.
That is your best start of the day so far, and the sportsmanship between them continues.
7th and final
But
arc.
it's
It's the
still
leader throw
advantage
first.
Shuin,
Game
and it shows you
on.
the highlights, the importance of throwing first in a best of 7.
And yet again, we go all the way to a deciding leg. That's a crucial last start there for Lee Shuin, just to try and get that final treble, just to pass the pressure on Parkin. Otherwise, he would have handed the initiative back.
That's a great response, because when you hear your opponent hitting it with the last start, and then you watch your first one go treble 5, that shows some bottle to come back.
16.
And he's thrown 3 beautiful darts. And if you're wondering why he's doing that, because that's as good as any 140 he's thrown today. If Richie has 1 treble here, he becomes a big favourite.
97.
He's doing what he needs to do, Henry. It's over to Lee.
Since this is a big visit, if he can crank in another treble.
85.
So anyone watching now, 269, what is he thinking? He's got to be bringing the 19s into it. He's got to be bringing the 19s into it now. So why am I talking like this? Because he's thinking. He knows the situation. He's looking at the scores around him. He's not in this bubble right now. But neither is Lee Shuin, because
140. Richie Unicorn, 170.
Parkin thought he's in a bubble. He might be in trouble if the 170 big fish doesn't go. The bullseye for the match, for the big fish.
Shots
and to do
and a
it
match,
in style.
Richie Parkin.
That is incredible for Richie Parkin. To win it on a big fish, to win it in style. He beats Lee Shuin courtesy of a 174 free. After the break, it's Ashton v Vincent.
Welcome back. Well, no doubt about the match of the day. We've just seen that before the break, and no doubt about who the player of the day is so far. Richie Parkin, fantastic on debut here at the Super Series, and what a way to win it against Shuin there. A 170 checkout in a last leg decider, a big fish straight from his factory for Richie Parkin, with Shuin left on 116 for the match. Highest standard showdown of the day so far, a 95 average almost for Parkin, bettering the 91 from Shuin. He hit a third of his checkout attempts, so did Richie Parkin, but the all-important last leg with the brilliant 170 finish picked him up his third straight win of the day. And we can, for the first time now, take a look at the league table in Group C, and Parkin is having a perfect start. 6 points from a possible 6 in his first ever outing at the Super Series. And by the way, that 170 checkout was the first one he's ever hit on a stage. So a massive, massive moment for him, hence the big roar. We'll get another look at that later on. 4 players then on 2 points. And at the bottom of the table, Jacques Vincent, yet to get off the mark. He's now lost his last 10 matches as well, Jacques Vincent. And the last person he wants to see when he steps on the stage is Ashton. But that's who he is going to see, because they're playing in the next game. It's their 4th meeting of the week. And the reason he doesn't want to see her again is because Lisa has won all 3, including 2 4-0 wins. One of them earned with the aid of that brilliant 154 checkout on Monday. She went on to win 4-0 again on Tuesday. Vincent did get match darts against Lisa yesterday, missed a couple at double 14 before Ashton stepped forward to condemn him to another defeat against her, and he's hoping to arrest the slide here. Lisa Ashton finding double 2 in the end. It was a match where she'd missed quite a few darts at double as well there, not as easy for her as it seemed to be in those previous 2 encounters. So will Ashton be at it again and make it 4 from 4 against his opponent, or can Jack finally arrest the slide and book a first victory for Vincent? We'll find out in the company of Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
I'm just looking at my social media there. The Whitby Gazette, we've got the headlines: Parkin fine. He's a chip off the old block, and he just battered that 170. Good cod. I'm here all week. 10 losses in a spin, Henry. How does Jack approach this game? The last person you want to see now is them 4 stars on the back of Lisa Ashton.
I'm just glad we got over the fish puns. But for Jacques Vincent, he hasn't won since his 2nd game on Tuesday. Really is looking to arrest that losing run, as Chris Murphy rightly mentioned up on the balcony.
Game on.
And against Lisa Ashton, the winning machine. Interested to see how the bookies have priced this up before play got underway. Lisa Ashton was 2-9 with the bookies to win. Jacques Vincent in a 2-horse race was 3-1.
I wonder if Lisa, I wonder if Lisa knows the kind of run that Jack is on. I mean, they are all talking openly in there. It's great to hear a bit of applause for when Richie walked in there. He'll be happy with the way things are going. But Lisa, 2 wins out of 3. I think she'd have took that this morning if she can get through this game.
45.
A lot of players would go on the 19s and 303, but what she has to think about also there is Jack on 396.
83.
But it's a sign that she's confident. It's a sign that she's just playing her game. It's a sign she probably doesn't even know what Jack's on at the moment, so she's a long way in front. That's all she needs to know.
100.
It's better from Jack.
Lisa, who pulled out from 303, the 171, 132, followed by 180 in that World Masters final.
I think it was. I mean, she had remember that moment of brilliance this week where she had the 2 bounce outs and then some 180 massive finish and then started with a 180. She just has these gears, doesn't she?
60.
So,
Lisa, you require 120.
Jack was looking at whom I got next after the 10 losses on the spin. The last one you see is this lady. She'll just set it up there now.
100.
Here's a double 10 coming back with Jack. Still stuck in the 200s.
And at this point, Jack is just
140.
hoping just to find a victory at any opportunity,
20.
just to stop the slide, because you can very, very quickly.
Well, you can take the positives in that 140 and the way this week has been going, and Lisa's doubles.
18.
He's now
Jack
got a chance.
96.
Just when you think he had no chance, that 140 gives him a 2-dart combination with that 96 we've seen. And how many people have done that first dart? Double 9.
78.
And all I would say on that one, Henry, is just go a little bit wide on the double 18. Kiss it in from there. That double 9's horrible. Now follow that in, Lisa.
No score. Jack, you require
Jack Vincent,
18.
who is well behind in this leg.
Will he go straight for it is my only question. And when your confidence is down, you do go directly for
That's
it.
game short than the first leg.
When your confidence is quite up, believe it or not, you can go 2-8 when you're feeling good. It's probably just what Jack needed right now. Just to
second leg is
borrow
Jack
off that other first start.
Game on.
And hit that double 9. It's 1-0 to Jack. Do you think it's on his mind, Henry, that he hasn't beaten Lisa yet?
100.
Maybe not so much he hasn't beaten Lisa yet. I think probably more what will be on his mind at this particular moment in time is the fact that he hasn't had a victory in a while. And
100.
he started off the week really, really well. And at one point we thought he was in Group B contention in the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday group. And then just slid away at the end of Tuesday and on Wednesday. And you'd imagine, Glenn, you can talk from more experience, that when you're in that scenario, you're just trying to find that win from somewhere.
I'd be keen if I had the luxury of seeing the Players' Lounge. Is he still bantering? Is he still having fun with him, or is he getting himself, put some music in your ears, do what makes it work for you, or get on that practice
80.
board? I'd be keen to see if he's changing anything, experimenting with things, because he's on debut. And he'll look back, like I said, we've used that word analyse a few times. He'll look at how he's played and
100.
how he felt when he was losing match after match. And is he doing anything about it mid-competition?
And he got here by qualifying for the top of the East of England ADC Order of Merit. And there's some really good players in amongst
100.
that region as well. So we know the talent's there, and he's shown it at times. It's just perhaps just piecing the jigsaw together. Would that be a fair assumption?
43.
Well, he's in a winning position right now.
121.
He's 1-0 up. He's got the darts here. He's gone ton, 80 ton here. So he might go use the 25. So 19. The worst thing he can do is bust his score here. So 3 or 17 would be my recommendation. Not the end of the world. Not
Lisa,
the end of the world, because
158.
here's the concern there that you can bust. But the way Jack's week's gone. The way Jack's week has gone.
120.
And also the way
Jack,
Lisa's week's
13.
gone. Her biggest criticism herself will be her doubling.
2 4s for 2-0. Double 2.
11. Lisa, you
Doesn't go.
require
And Ashton
38.
came out the blocks firing in the first leg, missed those doubles, and so this has been the Jack Vincent show. And it feels like it's going to be 2 legs.
That's game
the
short
player
in
who
the second
dominated the
leg.
scoring phase
Lisa
ends up
Ashton.
losing it on the doubles. And by hook and by crook, we're back level at 1 apiece.
Here's a stat for you. Jack Vincent hadn't missed
Third
double
leg
2
is
all week.
Lisa to throw first.
So when he wanted that
Game
double
on.
2 there, it's been his favourite double. 100% he's been on.
100.
You have to feel for Jack right now.
And as you mentioned earlier, I asked you what you
100.
thought Jack's best trait was, and that was himself, his temperament and that. And this is going to be a challenge for him. This is what the Super Series does to players. It will
58.
challenge elements in the extreme, and it will truly test how good some parts are and how weak other elements are.
Hopefully we'll have a chat. He's been great, after every session. He's keen to
140.
He's keen to chat. He's keen to let me know what his family have thought, how his family are watching, and they're giving him feedback on the night. And it's all experience right now.
50.
But when you talk experience, this is a young man who's Q School, Challenge Tour, Development Tour, WDF, represented his country in the boys. For such a young man, he's played at the very, very top.
140.
This is just another feather to his bow.
95. Jack, you require 121.
And when he gets it right, Henry, ton, 140, 140. A lot of the players use that bullseye with Lisa not on a finish. I promise I won't complain about the way people are setting up right now. Okay, I will. You should be leaving less than 91, Jack, from 121.
However, the 91 is what he wants for
56. Jack, you require
2-1 lead,
91.
and it would be for the third consecutive leg against the darts.
I think treble 17 is the shot. Tops for 2-1.
51. Lisa, you require 142.
That wasn't a badly thrown dart there from Jack, but he's just hoping and praying now. Now he'll probably look up and realise she's missed and focus on this double top
60.
now.
Jack, you require 40.
And for his confidence and some positivity.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
Sweet
Jack Vincent.
as a nut.
And it is yet another leg going against the darts, but Vincent will be hoping
Jack
to
throw
buck that
first.
trend.
Game on.
The man who plays his county darts for Buckinghamshire. And if he does hold, he'll be a leg away from victory. And that is some start.
You're telling me how much he loves his county darts.
140.
Probably without him realising, he was explaining why
60.
he's getting better on the stage, and it was all about how he prepares for games now. And I would recommend when he comes back to the MODUS Super Series, that's exactly what he does.
140.
He was telling me he beat Darryl Pilgrim.
Very good player. Mr. P.
60.
Beat him at county a few weeks ago. He had an opportunity in the B and the A.
Wasn't there a platypus called Mr. P
100.
on a TV show once? A platypus called Mr. P.
Was he duck-billed?
26. Jack, you require 121.
Mark cartoons go back to the 1970s. Probably not the best of conversation between me and you.
Well, he's either got the bullseye with Ashton not on a finish, so the 25 left 96.
65.
Leaves himself on 56 after 12, and this has been a solid performance from Jack Vincent, averaging 88 and on the cusp of a 3-1 lead against Lisa Ashton, who has yet to fire on all cylinders in this game.
Dare I say we wrote him off and felt it was all about Lisa this game. And if he pings this...
46.
It's not that he's throwing a bad dart, Henry. It's not that, they're not the worst darts thrown. It's just when you're down in the dumps, when you're on a 10-0.
93.
They don't go in. But luckily he's
Jack,
left
you
double
require
5.
10.
And we all know what that means.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Jack Vincent.
Just leave double 5, guys. Double 5, guys. Or any other burger
Fifth
joint.
leg is Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Do enjoy Five Guys.
I won't pay them prices. I'm from
59.
Middlesbrough.
True. Although the British one is nowhere near as good as the American one.
I'm trying to get over paying $11.50 for a kebab on Monday night.
60.
That's a week's wage in Borough.
American food's just amazing. Just in general.
100.
But this is the game we're getting our teeth stuck into. Jack Vincent leading Lisa Ashton by 3 legs to 1. Coming up after this, we're going to see Josh Richardson back in action. He takes on Jacques Labre.
85.
It's been Jack's best game for a while. The worst thing he can do now is go quiet on us again. And if he can just pepper that 140 bed he's been doing, and that's the ideal start. Exactly that.
140.
I think there's not many watching who thought this wasn't all about Lisa.
140.
What the score was going to be. Was it going to be a big victory, 4-0, 4-1 to get her 2 out of 3 start to the day? I, for one, was one who actually wrote off Jack here.
71.
And it goes
Lisa,
back to that conversation
106.
we said about temperament, because it's so easy to get gobbled up in this kind of format when you lose a few games, but There's a real maturity about
70.
this performance from Jack.
Jack, you require 145.
He requires 145 to win the game.
And what would this do for his confidence? That puts some pressure, Henry, on this 36.
Lisa, you require 36.
Lisa's only 1 from 8 on the doubles in this game. Double 9
18.
doesn't go, and so
Jack,
Jack
you require
Vincent to secure
15.
his first victory here at the Super Series against Lisa Ashton, and to end the slide of results is going to get 2 darts at double 4.
Fill your boots on.
11.
That's the opportunity.
Lisa, you require 18.
And that is the story of your week, son.
Yeah, that's game short in the 5th flag.
Because what
Lisa
you don't
Ashton.
do, Jack, is give the 4 times world champion any sniff of a chance.
6 flaggers, Jack to throw first. Game on.
Still should be favourite, but already that's not the 5 minutes ago. He's 140s,
41.
100, 100, 140s. Suddenly started with a 41 and a missed double. And what's Lisa going to do? She's going to pounce on that.
140.
Who would you say is favourite now, Henry? I think I know your answer now.
140.
Lisa has this innate
95.
ability that from any position.
That's a frustrating dart, that second one. When it's left your hand, she's thinking it's just followed into that treble 20 and he just goes into the corner, that treble 5. This is the best we've seen Jack for a
85.
while. He's already forgotten about those missed doubles. He's averaging 85 right now, well ahead of Lisa. And to length 3 darts.
180.
You were practicing your Marco 180 in the pub a couple of nights ago, weren't you? Got to go ball.
65. Lisa, you require 86.
So Vincent leaves himself on the fish, which is what Richie Parkin won the last game in. But Ashton here wants the bullseye to take us the
61.
distance.
Jack, you require 170.
Richie Parkin will be watching this one go in. He'll know the feeling of winning a match with a 170. He'll use the 19s now. And again.
58. Lisa, you
Put a
require
lot of pressure.
25.
Is Lisa going to go to another 4-3?
Yeah, that's game short in the 6th
Story of
flag.
Lisa's week has
Lisa
been missed
Ashton.
doubles and also games going the full 7 legs. I think in one match she played all 21 legs against someone.
7th and final leg. It's Lisa to throw
But
first.
it's Lisa's darts.
Game on.
Jack's been the favourite for the last 3 or 4 minutes, but with it being Lisa's darts last leg,
85.
that treble 20 at the end there, it's advantage Ashton.
They're treating you on your birthday, Glenn.
4-3 Durant. It used to be the Noble, didn't it?
41.
It's now the Dozer.
$60.
Now, has that 60 just presented an opportunity here for Vincent if he can crank in a 2 treble visit here? Well, to be on this
59.
turn, and so it is advantage Ashton after 6 starts in this deciding leg.
Well, I've learned something about commentary the past 30 seconds. Don't drink Coke mid-game. It's coming out my nose. What the hell happened there? That's gone down more holes than Tony Jacklin.
60.
I won't do that again. Lisa 216. Minimum 100. What a start that is. What a start.
140.
And Jack back in the 300s. I don't think Lisa's return of 4 threes has been great this week, but she's a massive favourite.
And this is exactly what champions do when the time arises.
100.
They come
Lisa,
up
you
and play their
require
cards.
76.
And so for the turnaround victory, 76 required. She's going to get 1 dart, a double top to
Game,
secure a
shot,
4-3
and a match.
victory.
Lisa
And to
Ashton.
continue, Jack Vincent losing run against the Lancashire Rose. Lisa Ashton, a 4-3 victor then against Jacques Vincent. She finds a way to carve out the win like the world champion she is. We're going to take a short break, and upon our return, we are going to see Jacques Labre up against Josh Richardson.
Welcome back, where Lisa Ashton is at it again against Jacques Vincent. A 4-3 success for the Lancashire Rose after beating him 3 times in Group A. She got the better of Vincent, who mismatched darts to beat Lisa Ashton 4-1 in that one. Remember, Ashton hasn't been beaten 4-1 or 4-0 all week. What she has done is been involved in an awful lot of 4-3 matches, including all 3 so far today. And she won that one in a last leg decider to take the points against Jacques Vincent for the 4th time in as many matches. Let's have a look at the league table and see where she stands after that victory. Well, where she stands is 2nd place, because she's the only player other than Richie Parkin to have won more than one match so far today. Parkin has won all three. The other players, Lee Shuin and Jacques Vincent, on one win from three. That's Lee and Vincent, of course, without a win yet. Labra and Richardson about to play. One of them will join Lisa Ashton on 4 points. So this pair, Jacques Labre and Josh Richardson, on stage now. Labra has been in action all week and has produced some good stuff. 6 ton-plus checkouts he had in Group A. Here's one of them. A fine 1-4-1 against Lisa Ashton earlier in the week. But anything he can do, he can do. Producing a fabulous 1-2-5 finish. A little bit lucky with the dart landing in the 15 there, but bedding the ball to bail himself out against Jacques Vincent earlier on. A win for Josh Richardson in that one, 4-1, as he bounced back from an opening defeat. Now Labra looking to bounce back from his heavy defeat at the hands of the league leader, Richie Parkin. Which way will this one go then? We'll find out with Henry and Glenn.
Thank you very much, Chris. And as far as Jacques Labre's day is concerned, he beat Lee Shuin in the opening match of the day by 4-1 before then going on the wrong end of that defeat by the man. He seems to be the player to beat in the table, Richie Parkin. As for Josh Richardson, the wrong end of a 4-3 against Ashton, for then beating Vincent 4-1. So both players in terms of the league table, both on an equal number of points. Both, you feel in terms of performance as well, are on an equal footing. Not much to split them in your view, Glenn?
No, I think we've just said off air, this has 4-3 written all over it, doesn't it? So we think this could be a good game. I think for me, Josh just stepped up a gear. He started very, very slowly today. And for me, Josh is a bit of a hot and cold player. I think at his best, I think he could destroy anybody in this field. But at his worst, you know, when he's a lot of darts, he was dipping into low 5s and 1s. So very much a confidence player, you feel. So let's see what he's
First leg is Jacques to throw first. Game on.
Up to here.
Jacques Labre, the 8-11 favourite to win this game. Josh Richardson is evens with the bookmakers. Remember, if you are having a flutter on the MODUS Super Series, it is 18 plus. And remember, begambleaware.org.
140.
Both have started well.
4-3, I think, may be the recommended tip on this one.
Well, with me and you in the commentary,
180.
there's a blooming and good chance.
$60.
A wonderful start from Jacques, and that's his best dart. He just seems to just follow darts, so the way they stand up like that.
60.
3 good darts there. 1, 2, 1 after 9. You'd be happy with that.
134. Jacques, you require 121.
So it's going to be a treble 17. So he'll be back to treble 20 again to leave 24.
97.
And that makes this 167.
167.
Just a free chance at it. There's the trail. That's a beautiful dart. That. What a wonderful dart. Bull!
132. Jacques, you required 24.
I think we both fancied that there for a while, didn't we?
Oh, inconceivable he was going to miss. Double 6 for Larbor. This has got to go. Doesn't go. And so Richardson returns to 35 for an opening leg breaker throw. Double 16. We know where he wants to go.
Yeah. That's an awful dart. But I tell you what, so many times after an awful dart.
19. Jacques, you required 12.
You see another awful dart.
Thank you, Henry. You read my mind. Double 6.
That's game short in the first
Well
leg.
deserved.
Jacques Labre.
Started so well there, both players, but today's been about that setting up and
Second leg
finishing.
is
For me, the winner today could be
game
the
on.
person with the best stats on the outer ring.
$96.
I asked Josh if he wins the $5 this week, how are you going to celebrate? And he said on Monday he's got the Hayam Tandoori. I've even got a curry named after him. The Ruthless Bullseye.
85.
Big Ipswich Town fan, him and his dad.
Ipswich.
77.
Former UEFA Cup winners back in the day.
Is Paul Mariner still there, centre forward? Am I showing my age again? Because it's my birthday
60.
today. Not that I've talked about it.
Marcus Harness there, striker these days. Doing okay in League One. Big club. Huge club, actually, aren't they, really?
94.
Doesn't sound like the production team agree with you there.
Although they did lose to Portsmouth in the EFL Trophy on Tuesday.
Is that a non-league team, Portsmouth?
42.
I thought we were getting along, Glenn.
2, 3, 4 for Josh. 2 treble 19s maybe. And if he misses the treble 19, he could bring the bullseye into it. But he'll stay there.
134.
Talked about board management, so that leaves a 2-dart combination finish for him there. With Jacques way back in the 300s. It's a good second dart. He'll just ping that over again.
100. Joshua required 100.
Richardson averaging just shy of 100. And that is his perfect dart.
80.
No commentary required after that second dart. And all Jacques can do is put some pressure on this 20.
And Josh Richardson's got this innate ability just to go through the gears. And that's what he's doing so far here. However, he's missed 5 darts at double. And that's the reason why he's 1-0 down, despite the excellent scoring. 1 left. Can he move it just along?
No
he can't.
Jacques, you require 114.
3 well-thrown darts. Didn't find the intended target.
That's a bit of a freebie now for Jacques. Treble 18. I needed a treble with at least one of them 2 darts.
58. Joshua required 20.
Surely this will go in now. But he's 0 from 8 on the checkouts. And that's not ideal. Despite how close it is there. It's incredible. It's going to go right to the left and just aim for the dart, aim for the barrel. I don't even think you'd be looking at the double here. I don't think you can see it.
No score.
That's unlucky.
Jacques, you require 56.
Jacques won't care. A 56. And go for a fat 16. And I think we all know where this is going to go, and this will really hurt Josh. And to rub salt in the wounds.
That's game short in the
double
second
10 that Josh
Jacques
went for. That will hurt. That will hurt big, big time. But Jacques had someone, he's been unlucky this week, Jacques, at times.
Jacques to throw first.
You just think
Game
maybe
on.
is the tide turning.
It's come to the moments in this game. Jacques' been the one who's been up to the task.
100.
You look at Richardson's day in that 4-3 defeat to Ashton. He was 3 from 13 on the doubles. In that 4-1 success against Vincent, 4 from 11.
81.
And now 0 from 11 here. That's the one area of his game where he'll be looking at in the subsequent moments after this match to be working upon.
The bookies made Jacques a big favourite for the group
53.
this morning. What do you think the reason is for that? What do you think they saw this week from him?
As you mentioned, he's been getting better day upon day. And look, everyone knows his pedigree. You don't win challenge
82.
tours, you don't win the big tournaments he's won without having something special about you. And there's no doubt he has that. And we see so many times with debutants, even players who have played right at the very top end of the sport, maybe sometimes even
39.
they need the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to settle in. I include Jacques in that real top class category. And then if they don't get through the Group A, you tend to see them play so much better in Group B and C when it's a blank canvas again. And they've had that experience of this stage. It's a unique format, a very unique format.
And the only problem going that way, and not bringing the 19s into play with your first out and 309, is that you're just not going to leave a finish. Josh is still in this game, but he has to find his scoring boots again. And it'll be
96.
It'll be sod's law if he doesn't score so well in this leg and pings one dart or a double in. The way Jacques plays, he just sits on top of that. You would think he'd go down, but he just aims and just goes above.
Josh, you
That's a
require
trait
146.
that we've witnessed now for the 4th day, but 146. He's sticking to the treble 20 there. A lot of people will use the 19s and possibly should do that now on 126. And he'll stay there.
58.
I'll leave it
Jacques, you
two dart,
require
88 finish.
149.
This would be nice. Treble 20, treble 19. There's the first part done, treble 19. I'll leave 70.
109.
Job
Josh,
done.
you require 88.
Over to you, Josh.
Going to get 2 darts at double 14 and now double 7.
74.
And the double troubles continue.
Jacques, you
It's an unlucky
require
13 for Richardson. And so Larbor returns for tops for 3-0.
Yeah, spot on, Henry. And this is going to... You just feel this double 10's going to go. And we know what it means when you want double 5.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Jacques Labre.
We could make some money, couldn't we, if we knew about this double 5? It's unbelievable.
Fourth leg is
Marco
just
is
through
wide in this.
first. Game on.
But it's 3-0 to Jacques.
You know, on a video game, there's like you can press certain cheat codes and things like that, like on Grand Theft Auto or something along them lines. Double 5's like one of them.
I'm 52-year-old. What did you say? Grand Theft
Auto.
I remember Pac-Man. I remember Space Invaders.
Fairness, I can't say I'm a big video
83.
game buff, but let's say Grand Theft Auto was one of the that was the game.
42.
Again, he'll just plonk that just above it. Lovely dart.
100.
Who's got the nicest shirt on today? Which player? We had a Phil Bars absolutely
79.
loved Connor Heenahan's yesterday, and I absolutely hated it.
But Phil Bars is a man for golf shirts, though, isn't he?
Flip-flops. He had his shorts and flippies on yesterday. At least I'm sat with a professional now.
100.
I kept giving him about Bo. Is Bo a world champion? I think he was getting a bit fed up in the end, but I kept going at him.
Thanks to Phil for filling in yesterday.
60.
Good guy.
Do enjoy Phil's company.
Again, just sit above that. What did we say? We felt this one was going to be 4-3 all over.
Bring Bars back.
Right shot. Executed poorly. He's got to bring the 19s in now.
40. Jacques, you require 158.
He looks pretty fed up, does Josh. Jacques won't care. $78, that's treble 18 with his last.
84.
He maybe just should have made
Josh,
sure
you
the fat
require
18 at least.
140.
This is a finish we like. Talk about the first dart. It's a ton finish now.
And it's
100.
all been
Jacques,
about
you
that
require
second leg where
74.
Richardson missed all those darts at double 10. That's where this game is hinged, where this game is changed. And Larbor now should get a dart at tops to seal a 4-0 victory against Josh Richardson. And
Game,
tops
shot,
is there
and a match,
for
Jacques
Labra.
Labre.
He seals a 4-0 success against Josh Richardson. It was a game that swung on missed doubles for Richardson in the first and second leg, but it's Larbor who secures the victory by 4 legs to 0. The Frenchman is back in winning fashion, and after the break, we'll see Parkin, the man at the top of the table, take on Lisa Ashton.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Welcome back to the world's leading weekly darts tournament, the MODUS Super Series, which you can watch on Sporty Stuff TV and live on our YouTube channel. And you can watch any of the previous highlights and clips there as well. Make sure you give us a subscribe on there. And if you want to actually be here in person, tickets available for free from dartshop.tv for every Saturday session. That's what they're all playing for. And Jacques Labre has just taken a step closer to getting there. A 4-0 win in his previous match. His second whitewash win of the day, in fact. And he got the job done against Josh Richardson. Fantastic stuff from Labra. Sorry, 4-1, his first win of the day. Took a leg off Shuin there, but 4-0 against Richardson. As Henry said in commentary, all went wrong for Richardson in that second leg when he missed all of those darts at double 10 in particular, and Labra filled his boots and took the points in that one. In the Group C table then, that means that Labra is now level with Lisa Ashton on 4 points in second and third spots, but it's Richie Parkin who is racing away at the top of the table. Josh Richardson and Shuin with 1 win from 3, and Jack Vincent yet to get off the mark. So then, match 10 features Lisa Ashton against Richie Parkin. Lisa got a 4-3 win against Shuin earlier today. One of 2 4-3 wins to go over 4-3 defeats. Brilliant 108 checkout on the 18s during that one. And as for Parkin, well, this was the moment, wasn't it? Richie Parkin's big fish finish. Pretty apt for a man who works in a fish factory. And his first one on a stage, the maximum checkout in darts. Expect a battle here, a lengthy one as well, because as I said earlier, Lisa Ashton has got a habit of going the distance this week so far. It's now 11 of her 18 matches that have gone to last leg deciders, and 16 of her 18 games have gone at least 6 legs deep. Remarkable stuff. But it is, as I said, Parkin who has won the lot, and he's looking to open up some more space at the top of the table.
Thank you, Chris. Albeit game 10, it's already a top of the table clash. A couple of options, and here is Richie going to run away with this group, or Lisa Win, is it going to just bunch it up a little bit at the top? I can tell people watching that Richie has not been looking forward to this game as much as playing the others. He has a lot of respect for Lisa, but with 3 wins under his belt, he'd already feel it's job done for him. He came for 3 wins today. And if I was in his corner, I'd just say 1 more win's a bonus. 5 out of 5 is an outstanding debut.
And that big fish would have been quite the fillet for the cod worker up against Ashton, the 52-year-old from Bolton. And already
first leg is Richie to throw first. Game on.
Stage, at this juncture in the group, this could be a pivotal match. Remember, top 2 go through from Group C. However, the player who finishes top of the group will get an advantage in terms of seeding and positioning going into Saturday night's final.
I've got no more fish puns left, but I can tell you a fish walked into a bar, and the barman said, "What can I get you?" He went, "Water, quick, water."
Can I go home?
That's the best I can do.
If that's the best you can do, please don't give me your worst.
I'm going to stick my neck out here and say this is not going to be 4-3. But it's going to be one heck of a battle. This man has definitely brought his A-game boots today. Just looking at him and knowing him so well, he's enjoying every single minute of this.
82.
So should having a look then at both players' days. Lisa Ashton started with a 4-3 victory against Josh Richardson, but before then following that up with a 4-3 defeat to Lee Shuin before that subsequent victory. Yet another last leg decided. It's been the story of the day against Jacques Vincent. Meanwhile, for Parkin, he managed to win 4-3 against Vincent for a 4-0 win against Larbor. And of course, that success against Shuin with the big fish in the final leg. And in the first leg of this one, leaving 60 after 12 for an opening leg hold.
Yes, exactly that, Henry. When he stood there, just give me a chance at a double.
Game short in the
for a
first
15 darter, but he goes one better, 14 darter. Both averaging well in the hundreds there. Good start by both.
Second leg is Lisa to throw first. Game on.
And as Marco says, it's game on.
60.
That's definitely an element of his throw that he's changed. Just the way he pulls that back and just the angle of that dart going, it really, really suits him. I don't think Lisa's throws ever changed, Henry, over the years.
We often see sometimes some videos of players whose throws adapt and evolve and change, but Lisa's kind of been very similar throughout her career. There might be little minuscule bits that if we watched a game from about 5 years ago or something, we could probably pinpoint, but
it's really important to have people in your corner as well.
140.
Just to make her feel it almost, I'll shout, "Come on, Mum!"
Bit of a dynasty, isn't it? The Ashton family.
100.
I love them, me. To share a stage at Lakeside, both holding the trophy, it was a special moment. I'm a huge fan of Lisa.
100.
Should be a huge fan of that visit because it leads her on 61 after 12 with Parkin back on 220 to level this game up at 1 apiece. Should go bullseye here. Does 50. Go bullseye here.
Lisa, you require
Leave
61.
the fish.
I'll call that one. Hang on, where's my notes?
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Lisa.
I was already there. A great game. Already it's 1-1.
Third leg is Richie to throw first.
Said it probably will go the full 7 legs. One heck of a battle so far.
46.
Just the 105 average so far for Lisa.
I'm sure she'll warm up.
100.
Yeah, Andreas, when he was averaging 123, was it, after 3 legs? We were scramble around for the highest averages.
140. 60. 99.
That's a lovely last dart there. He was just moved across the hockey. When you get that treble 20 last, that's so much more satisfying than with the first dart.
44.
And with Lisa on 297, a single treble visit here. So anything now is a bonus, you'd be thinking. He'll probably just sit exactly. He's moved across that hockey.
140.
He's feeling good. He looks good, does the Whitby man.
Just so calm and so composed and not letting anything phase. And despite the barrage just going against him by Ashton as well.
Richie requires 76.
He gets her second max of the match. And now you sense this 76 may have to go the way Ashton's playing.
56. Lisa,
how many times have we seen it this week, Henry? Lisa was totally out of this leg, but one big score. And it's treble 19. Part of me fancied that, and I think she did too. So just looking at Richie now, we've been just looking at that double 10. Look at him, doesn't take his eyes off that double 10.
101. Richie, you require 20.
He needs this now, because Lisa won't miss. Luckily, it's double 5 for him.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
Unbelievable.
Richie Parkin.
Just leave double 5, guys. That's all you need to do. 2-1 Parkin.
Fourth leg is Lisa to throw first.
And a quality contest. Let's bring the averages back up again. 102.5 for Ashton. She finds herself behind. 93
100.
for Parkin. And you're wondering, is that 102 because of missed doubles? Absolutely not. Word perfect. 1 from 1, 2 from 4 Parkin. This really has been
45.
a proper darting ding-dong.
Ding-dong.
60.
Ding-dong merrily on high. The tungsten, they are flowing.
That didn't rhyme. I want you to come up with something better where it rhymes.
58.
He's a poet, and he doesn't even know it.
Bit too early for Christmas.
100.
And now I'm thinking of putting the heating on when I get home. We've got the jumpers out. Seems to be going with throw this match, doesn't it? It's just a sense that
100.
Lisa's in total control of this, still on that 100 average at the moment, but more importantly, 2-1 down.
60.
Richie wants to break her. He needs the maximum here. He might use the 18s now.
98.
Lisa needs a treble in these 3 darts. That's exactly what she might use the 25 here.
131.
Parkin needs 2 trebles here as an absolute minimum, but look how plumb that first is.
Again, I would possibly use the bull on the last dart
50.
there. 110, he'd love an opportunity at that. Lisa's 2 dart combinations not been the best this week. She has not been so
30.
devastatingly good on
Richie,
those
you
doubles.
require 110.
And this 110, it's only 1 treble. Still not the end of the world with treble 19. It's a frustrating visit from Parkin. Because when you want an
37.
opportunity on 110,
Lisa, you require 20.
would have made a big difference to go 3-1, 2-2's huge difference.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Lisa.
And it is 2-2. And he cannot split the pair.
I think everyone called it as a 4-3
Fifth
apart
leg
from me.
is Richie to throw first. Game on.
At the moment, it's going with darts.
Talking about good darts.
140.
Almost perfect darts for Parkin there, but he'll take the 140 to start. Forces Ashton out to attack.
61.
I'm thinking, has this been the best debut from any of the Northeast guys? I know Graham Usher's probably and Colin Osborne's been the 2 most prolific winners on the MODUS Super Series.
60.
I think Adam Atkinson will be the one to watch over the next 12 months. But Richie's doing himself he's doing himself real justice
60.
here. He'd be really, really happy. I know he was nervous in that first game, confirmed that, but that winning double for a 4-3 against Jack Vincent, and he's just letting the darts fly now, enjoying every second.
97.
And we see this at the Super Series, don't we, where we get to see new darting talents come of age. Look at Chaz Barstow, for example. And have a look at this, some Ashton. Putting the pressure on Parkin, back on 204. And open up a 3-2 lead and to keep his 100% record going.
120.
Maybe got a little bit excited with that last start to leave himself on 79.
I think one thing he will take away is the balance of his points and darts is something he's worked with
Richie,
really hard. He'd be really happy with this, and this is a setup he needs to stay with now. That's disappointing. 70. I don't think he'll go double-double. Yeah, that's the dart. Double 18.
Yeah, that's
that is the way to do it. I was concerned there. I was thinking of the double-double there, but with Lisa in the mid-hundreds, it was sensible to go the treble 12, double 18 route.
Is Lisa to throw first.
3-2 Parkin. Once again, it goes with throw.
Well, Lisa Ashton's playing, so we can make ourselves a cup of tea and come back in a couple of minutes' time for the final leg. So
why don't we just start our matches at 3-3? It'll be easier.
If we're not careful, we might have a copyright strike from Channel 4 because we'll be mentioning the last leg again.
$48. $55.
I think already Richie's possibly thinking of the last leg already with his darts. Lisa just needs the treble here.
96.
It's a big advantage already so early in this leg. Richie hasn't got his scoring boots on. And as a player, you're just thinking, just keep your arm loose. I've got the darts in the last leg.
81.
He's already probably put this one to bed.
$96.
Ashton will get an opportunity on 1-2-1. And is going to get 6 at it to send us the distance. So may decide to go 25 first. No, it decides to go the traditional route, then go down.
44 left.
89.
Set it up nicely. All Richie can do is get the dulcet tone of a 180 to make Lisa think. Is it job done?
180. Lisa, you require 32.
I don't know about you, Henry, but this is going in. But has that 180 made her think? Richie's looking away. He's looking away. What shall I do?
No score.
Wow. Did not expect
Richie
that.
requires 60.
What an opportunity for Richie Parkin, the Whitby man. Played for.
40. Lisa, you
the
require
chances, Richie
32.
Parkin. Because there's no way Lisa's going to give you that opportunity again.
Yeah,
Double
that's game
16
short in the
sees
sixth
Lisa
leg.
Ashton once
Lisa
again
Ashton.
go to a deciding leg here at the Super Series.
7-10
It's
final
Parkin with
leg.
the dart. It's
Richie
all
to
gone
throw
with the
first.
throw.
Game on.
Thus far in this match, will that trend continue in the decider here? Well, Parkin is going off to some start in the decider.
140.
And when you miss darts for the match, it just shows the character, the attributes, the positives in your game, your strengths, that you come back in your first 3 darts at a 140, because
60.
the disappointment will be immense inside. You know, for him to beat Lisa's a big thing.
What does this say about the tenacity of Lisa Ashton? This is now 12 from 19, which has gone to a deciding
100.
leg.
I think I don't think there's any more superlatives we can use for someone like Lisa Ashton. She, like I say, she's been there, got the T-shirt. You know, it's fascinating to watch
60.
it up close and personal. For me, the week for her is she just needs to tighten up on her doubles, her score, and she'd be absolutely delighted with no doubt. But for me, it's all about this guy.
105.
And already he's thinking 156. Lisa way back on 381. What do champions do?
100.
They keep battling.
Richie, you
They keep
require
fighting.
156.
3-3, 156. We've talked about this setting up, and this is not good enough. You've got the match in your hands, Richie.
76.
That is a dart, and that is a dart and a half.
To leave himself on 80 after 12 for the match, but what pressure is Ashton going to put it under?
83.
Well, he's going to get
Richie,
6
you
from here
require 80.
for the match to make it 4 from 4 on his debut day at the Super Series. He should get 1 dart at tops. Tops for the match has to move over.
60.
And the way those first 2 darts laid, there wasn't much to look at.
Yeah, personally, I'd have gone as high as that windmouse sign there. I know he likes his
58.
tops.
Richie, you
But
require
it's
20.
right on your eye line, double 10, 3-3. I know how much it means to beat Lisa. The respect he has for her. He's just got to focus on double
Game,
10, and he
shot,
pings
and
it.
a match,
The
Richie
debutant,
Parkin.
4 out of 4. Top of the table. The Whitby man is taking control of this group.
Welcome back. Well, it is debut domination, isn't it, from Richie Parkin, who's won all 4 of his matches so far in his first outing here at the MODUS Super Series. That's despite darting defiance from Lisa Ashton. All of her games have gone the distance today, 4-3, and Ashton lost out on that occasion. It's 2 4-3 wins and 2 4-3 defeats for her as Parkin carries on this dream debut at the Super Series. And we can see that it means that he's starting to pull away at the top of the Group C table. The Whitby man 4 points clear now of his nearest rival, on the same matches as Lisa Ashton. So he's got a good bit of distance there, but Jacques Labre can cut the gap when he next plays against bottom place Jack Vincent. And before that, we've got a meeting between Josh Richardson and Lee Shuin, the pair of them just getting on stage right now. And we saw Shuin, well, he lost out 4-3 to Lisa Ashton earlier on, but he did produce a brilliant bullseye finish in that match, has 1 win and 2 defeats for the day, and the exact same record for Richardson, who got his only win of the day so far against Jack Vincent earlier on. A 4-1 success on that occasion for Josh Richardson. That was actually a 4th straight win in as many matches against Vincent, a man who he'd played 3 times on the development tour before meeting him here today. But now he's up against an opponent that he has never faced before in Fleetwood thrower Lee Shuin. Both of them looking for their 2nd victory so far today in Group C. And Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant will describe the action.
Thank you very much, Chris. So we are at the 2/3 of the way stage through day 1 of Group C. Glenn Durrant alongside myself to look back at the action that we've seen so far, and we can't really begin the conversation without talking about the brilliance of Richie Parkin.
And purposely, I'm not over-egging the pudding by talking about Richie, because I'm trying to be as level with all players, but I can't tell you how proud I am. You know, to see someone like this, as I've said, this MODUS Super Series, it's big news where we are. You know, everybody wants to play, and when he got the call, it was, you know, you think he was going to Lakeside, he was playing Ali Pali, and just to be with him last week, he was just saying, I'm so excited. I was reading the players out who was in the group that week, and, you know, I said the likelihood is, you know, you possibly could be playing a Lisa Ashton, a Jacques, etc. And it just, the excitement was just unbelievable
60.
for him, and to play 4-1-4, that's it's an unbelievable return. But if I was in his corner, if I could go and grab hold of him now, 5 out of 5 is even
60.
better.
It's been a day absolutely dominated by 4-3 matches, and Lisa Ashton has played 19 games this week. 12 of them have gone to a decider, but she's lost 7 of them.
40.
I actually thought the return was worse. I thought we were looking at a 9 from 12, an 8 from 12, and just thinking, and isn't that the beauty of darts? We're just millimetres and the difference, the odd shot here, and you know, it could have been a totally different week for Lisa. She'll still be quietly confident she can get through this group. It's just, luck sort of hasn't been with her, but if I was in
41.
her position right now, she just may want to just look at her doubles a little bit. That's an area I believe she can still improve on.
Now, what about this one? Josh Richardson up against Lee Shuin, and Shuin piles in the first max of the match.
We talked about the lack of experience in this group today. And Josh's last
60.
game was his 100th game in the MODUS Super Series, and makes him one of the more experienced players. So 161, if you're wondering why he's going to stay upstairs, which he probably still will do, it's just because Josh is on 300. But he stayed there and treble 20. So Shewan, I've been impressed with Lee. Just looking at his results there, could have been even better. That match with Richie Parkin could have gone either way. It could have been
60.
Lee sat there
Lee
close to the top.
64.
He's going to be fairly busy now over the next few matches. But I think it's been job done for him. Even better if this double 16 goes in.
That's game short in the first leg. Lee Shuin.
I think obviously Richie will be in there, he'd be buoyant, he'd be happy. But I think second best will be Lee Shuin.
Second leg is leader through first. Game on.
Is there a danger we might be dictating Josh Richardson's day based on some missed doubles at double 10 in the second leg of his previous match with Jacques Labre?
I think it's more than that. We talked about how hot and cold he is. And no doubt he'll hit a treble. And that is the perfect hour for him there. but too many of his darts, and he'll tell you himself,
100.
too many of his darts have been dropping in like a low 1, low 5. He'd be really disappointed, but he's the type of player that could come back tomorrow and play 5, win 5. It's a bit of feast of famine, hot and cold with Josh. But he's definitely got the game. He can just spark straight away now, because that throw's lovely. Nothing at all wrong with that. And we query him why he's been dropping so many
100.
darts. But as we focus on him and talk about him, playing lovely.
$100. 140. 96. Josh, you require 161. 105.
So Shuin here on 159. Richardson back on 56.
97.
Good
Josh,
recovery
you
the last
require
dart.
56.
This double 18 it.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
Now, is
Josh
that the
Richardson.
catalyst? Is that the moment? We've talked about the hot and cold side of him. But when he gets it
Third
right...
leg is Josh to throw first. Game.
I actually thought he was going to be favourite going into today's game before I saw the betting. His CV is very nice to read. And the game's definitely there. One big win against Lee now and a big finish at the end. It'll be a satisfying day's work for him, ready for tomorrow. Remember, you can't win it today.
60.
Sometimes you can lose it.
2 from 6 go through in Group C. And don't forget, it's a double dose of tungsten tension here at the Super Series. We're back tonight
100.
for Group B. And we are going to have quite the lineup for you this evening. We are looking forward to it very much, Glenn, aren't we? Matt Dennett, Mike Warburton, Lee
82.
Evans, Andreas Harrison and Jamie Kelling will be entering the fray from 10 o'clock this evening on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
How on earth do you pick 3 from that 5? That is quality throughout that group. I can't wait for tonight.
Of course, you are tuning into us via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Don't forget
100.
to subscribe, because on top of the live action, you can get all the other best content, including highlights of the day, game of the day, and other content from behind the scenes here at the Super Series as well.
100.
So do give that a subscribe, the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Richardson then first to finish in this leg as Shuin goes down on 259.
59.
So the Shanghai
Josh,
for
you require
Richardson
120.
for a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, Shuin, you feel's being the better player in this game. He's averaging over. I thought that was a bit of a mistake there. I thought I was watching Jose de Souza.
60.
You'd be thinking, why is he doing that? Maybe he just needs a spark. Maybe he needs something. Maybe he needs to smile. Maybe he needs to relax. It's a strange way, not a way I would go.
Josh, you require 60.
It might be just something that relaxes him, because he's smiling now. And if he pings this, who's right, who's wrong?
Double 10.
Yeah, that's game short
Gets there
in
in
the
the
third
end, and
leg.
that was actually
Josh
the double that
Richardson.
caused him the problems in the last game. Well, he's made up with double 10. It's a friend now. He leads Shuin
Forward leg is the
by
leader
2
through
legs
first.
to 1. And
Game on.
if you thought he was a Shuin to win this game, well, you stand corrected about the cobbler.
Now, if I was Lee Shuin,
84.
I would be absolutely thinking that was disrespectful, that 120. And I would grit my teeth and I'd go on and win this match 4-2.
100.
Josh might have just needed something. Now, I say to Jose, why do you do it? And because I just feel like it, he says,
43.
you know. But it could be just, how can I get under Lee's skin? Could be anything. Might be just the way he felt.
Can it also boil down to as much as, because he's had struggles today and things like that, just something just to make him feel good in himself.
30.
He just looks unhappy. He just looks unhappy. I'm shouting off, without the mic. Enjoy yourself, Josh. And when he started smiling there, what did he do? Ping the double with a plum.
Well, don't be sad because 2 out of 3 on the doubles ain't bad so far. Richardson leads 2-1 against Shuin, looking to get himself back on the victory tail with his second win of the day. He got the better of Jack Vincent 4-1. Prior to that, he lost 4-3 to Lisa Ashton, then losing out 4-0 to Jacques Labre in his previous encounter. But have a look at this for Shewan,
140.
who always in this format, in this event, just seems to play well.
I tell you what, if Josh isn't on a finish here, if I was Lee Shewan, I'd go bull 14 bull.
Lee, you require 114.
If you want to go 3 double tops, or you can go the safe way of treble 20, big 14.
74.
Bends the wire. Bends the wire of that tops.
What Richard can do is apply pressure with Shewan back on that tops for 2 apiece.
93.
Good recovery there with the last start for Richardson to leave himself a 1-2-2.
Why is he bending forward like that? Because he thought every single one of those darts were in. And what would hurt right now is treble 18, another one of them. But if it isn't, he can still finish with the bull.
97. Lee, you require 20. Yeah, that's game short in the
Shuin for
Lee
Shuin. 2-2. All to play for. It's now a best of 3.
5th lag is Josh to throw first.
Josh has that advantage of throwing first. You already feel big 2 points here, Henry. You don't feel like either player can afford a loss again.
100.
With only 2 going through from this group.
If
you have just tuned into us here at the Super Series, this is how the table lies. Already, Richie Parkin has got a 4-point gap at the top of the table. Although Jacques Labre plays in the next game, so he can reduce
60.
the deficit to 2, and he takes on Jack Vincent. So Parkin out in front on 8 points from Larbor and Ashton on 4. Richardson and Shuin on 2.
100.
And Jack Vincent yet to get off the mark, where they did have that opportunity to do so against Lisa Ashton in the previous match. So it is full advantage Parkin in the group. It may well be advantage Richardson in not just his leg in the match. Following that 1-2-6, so he would have been disappointed with that last dart.
93.
That just keeps Lee in this leg. Really is all to play for right now. That sits nicely for Josh, that dart. Exactly that. Fancy a 140. It's exactly what he does to leave 75 finish. Lee needs to put some pressure. That's a good dart. Another one of them would be nice.
96. Joshua requires 75.
Advantage Richards. Treble 17. Double 9. I'm still learning.
66.
Never saw that. The only problem with the treble 13 there, that you're only leaving yourself a bull with a second dart. So, treble 19. And double 18. This would hurt.
Yeah,
that is an absolute drama from Lee Shewan. Great sportsmanship there from Josh, but I'd love to know how Lee was feeling as Josh was pinging those darts all over the place there. But that is a finish of 153. That's up there with the best this week.
And the cobbler comes up with something gargantuan at a massive moment. And now has the darts to seal a 4-2 victory. It would seal his second win of the day. It would join 42. Him on the party on 4 points alongside Larbor and Ashton. Remember, Larbor is up next against Jack Vincent. And if Vincent wins that game and Parkin then wins out
100.
Against Josh Richardson, on day 1, he would open up a 6-point gap at the top.
And he took that this morning.
135.
Penny for your thoughts to Josh at the moment. He's definitely enjoying himself more in this match. I think he's gone out with, I'm just going to go and enjoy this one. The 3 tops, the treble 13. Be interesting if he always goes that route on 75. But the other route of guaranteed you a dart at least at tops.
180.
I'd say to Lee, did it make you want to grit your teeth when you saw him pinging 3 tops? Fascinating mindset of players when you're playing somebody.
81. Lee, you require
Psychology of the game.
144.
Well, he's just found a switch at the perfect time, and he could win it on the 144. 83 remaining.
I think Parkin will get the headlines today. But if I was a betting man,
78.
I expect to see Lee here on Saturday night. 66. With England playing tomorrow.
100. Lee, you require 66.
Well, I think it's all over, Glenn.
Oh, too soon, Ken. Is it Wolstenholme? So treble tenor bull. There's people on the hockey. They think it's all over.
Game.
It is now.
And a match. Lee
And it's a
Shuin.
4-2 victory for Lee Shuin. A fascinating and interesting game against Josh Richardson. But Lee Shuin, who gets his back on track. Second win of the day. Puts him joint second place. Next up we have Vincent, Jacques Labre. Join us soon.
So success for Shuin before that break, and it's all going wrong for Richardson. Lee Shuin winning 4-2 with a decent display, actually. He averaged around the 90 mark in that one. A fabulous 1-5-3 checkout in there as well to break a couple of maximums for the cobbler, and he picks up a couple more points to double his tally for the day, getting ahead of Josh Richardson in the group table, a table which is led by a debutant, Richie Parkin. If you are just joining us, the Whitby ace on his first ever appearance here at the Super Series has won all 4 of his matches and is racing clear at the top, but he could see that gap close a little bit in our next game when Jacques Labre takes to the stage to take on Jack Vincent. That is the game coming up right now. They have met already, of course, in Group A 3 times this week, and Vincent got the better of the Frenchman when they met on Monday. But since then, it's gone the way of Labra, winning with this 44 finish on Tuesday. He went on to win again when the pair met yesterday as well. So leading that head-to-head, and he produced some decent stuff. He seems to have settled in and got better as the week has gone on. May well emerge as the nearest rival for top spot. But remember, it's all about finishing in the top 2 in Group C to join the Group A winner, Conor Heenan, at finals night. As for Jack Vincent, well, he's starting to run out of time, sinking in the quicksand. As Glenn Durrant rightly said in commentary, you cannot win on day 1 in Group C, but you can kind of lose and get yourself out of it. So he really needs to arrest the slide. It's 11 defeats on the spin now. It's the 7th worst losing streak in the history of the MODUS Super Series. Can he avoid the dirty dozen here and get liftoff against Labra?
Thank you, Chris. One thing I will say, I think the rest of the players are all Jack Vincent fans for this match, because it would really bunch up the group a little bit for that second place, because I think the feeling right now is that Richie's running away, and an opportunity of 5 out of 5 will really cement his place, and that fight for second place would get even tougher. But Jack definitely needs a win just to hear them numbers. He won't want to hear them, that's for sure. But yes, it's 11 losses on the spin. And it's time we saw the real Jack Vincent, and that time's got to start now.
How much will the circumstances of the defeat to Lisa Ashton potentially play in his mind?
I think a lot. I think some players are different. I think this kid is a thinker. And we've talked an awful lot the way, you know, he's already been looking at it, going back to his hotel after the matches and looking at his games and looking at his results. So my feeling is he'll know exactly what's going on. He'll know what streak he's on.
First leg is Jack to throw first.
But you can feel sorry for
Game
yourself,
on.
Henry. Or you can get on the rocky now against the Europe Cup singles champion and go and beat him.
To put in a different way, can he now think of it and think, well, there's not going to be any pressure or expectation on me, so I'm just going to throw with a little bit more freedom now?
I think he'd be frightened of that streak. He'd be
43.
frightened that he's letting himself down. So if anything, you know, during struggles myself, you know, it's not like I'm just going to go and enjoy it, which so many people would say to me as I'm off to a Pro
45.
Tour weekend. But you're thinking, God, it's been 100 days since I've won a game, 200 days since I've won a game. So that's the only way I can sort of respond to that question. You know, under my thoughts, the longer the streak
60.
got on, the harder it got. In answer to the question, can he relax now? So, yeah, that's my sort of thoughts on that. Such a nice guy. I mean, I know I should be impartial.
55.
I know I should, but, you know, I'd love to see Jack get a win under his belt, just to see that big smile again. And so I can take his money off him at pool afterwards.
140.
For Jack, victory here would put him on to 6 points. That'd be 2 behind Parkin at the top of the league standings in Group C, and it would put him in a really good position following the end of the fourth cycle of games. It then put him a subsequent 2 clear of Ashton and Shuin, and 4 clear of Richardson, and 6 clear of Vincent, who is at the foot of the table as things stand. But if
60.
Labra gets his win, are we already seeing potentially the jostle between Parkin and Labra, and someone having to try and maybe steal that second spot?
Exactly. I mean, I think any players they walked in this morning, as we just see this, what an absolute fantastic. That's the second 177 of the day for Jack. That leaves him on 20. And Jack's a long way back on 198. So I'll just see how this double goes in first.
60. Jack, you require 20.
And he's wired so many doubles there. I would tend to go fat 10 and hit that
Yeah,
double
that's
5,
game
but
short
that's
in the
exactly
first
the
leg.
Jack Vincent.
Jack Vincent.
Exactly what he needs. I'll kick on from here.
Third leg is Jacques to throw
But I think all
first.
players, and
Game on.
in relation to Jacques, all players came in this morning and thought, well, 3 wins is what I need. 4 wins is well above expectation.
100.
But 5 out of 5 for Richie would be Shabba.
I'm going to create a new catchphrase, Glenn.
85.
Just the one?
In Group C,
Yeah.
6 puts you in the mix.
In it. Production love it. Going wild next door.
60. 60.
Don't forget, if
100.
anyone's got any questions to ask me on Twitter, that does a 180. Oh, that's MSS Darts. Any conversation, any thoughts? Anything about mine at Rally
28.
Pally? I'm here to chat about anything.
Yeah, do fire your questions in, do fire your comments in, your observations, and maybe the odd picture
81.
here and there as well.
Yeah, I'm just looking at someone called Owen Binks here. It's interesting.
Has he taken that jacket off for the last
58.
few weeks?
Jacques, you require
Owen.
160.
No. It's going to fit him soon. I don't know which jacket. Sorry, Owen. Got you back.
100.
Sensible last start there. He grimaces, but I like that. Just play a little bit safe and with the potential of going in tops, especially with Jack, who should be just getting just above that treble 20 again. That's what I would say.
44. Jacques, you require 60.
I have the feeling when he actually aims for the target, which might sound mad, he's dropping just a little bit low, and I would just ask him just to lob that dart a little bit more. But double 10 is Jacques.
40.
He's just gone a little bit stale right now. He could do with a real spark. And 226, and that's where I like Jack, just there. It's got to go downstairs now, though.
59. Jacques,
Gives him a finish, a tall
20.
order. 10.
Yeah, that's game short in the second lap.
1-1.
Jacques Labre.
Between the two, Jack and Jacques.
Third
I'm not
lag
getting
is
so
Jack
many
to
messages
throw
off
first. Game
French
on.
Twitter friends who were Jacques. Always calling him all week. I've been corrected and I'm doing my best.
59.
So when Lee Shuin plays Jacques Labre tomorrow, is it going to be a case of Fleetwood Jack?
Henry drops Mike.
53. 60.
Just not giving Owen the satisfaction. All these Fleetwood Mac jokes I'm getting in my ears, but we continue with Jacques.
59.
Again, it's just nothing really going on in this leg so far. No trebles by either player.
Is it a case again of both players trying to force the issue, I say, as Jack Vincent gets the first treble of the leg?
140.
And that's what happens. It'd be no surprise whatsoever that Jack will do exactly the same. Usually they just seem to feed off each other.
100.
Just above the treble again. Just stick to basics. Perfect. Wonderful. Smash
140.
in. It must frustrate Jack when he knows his potential. He knows what he can do. You know, we've seen the best of him. It's just,
100.
if anything, when he's just
Jack
killing out
Uruguay,
games, killing out
102.
legs. But honestly, it must be really tough for him at the moment. You just want to get over that winning line. 10 out of 6 for double 18.
84.
And again, hypercritical. Just go a little bit wide on that double 18. It'll kick in, I promise. Because what he has done is leave a horrible finish of 18.
97.
Jack's on a 2
Jack
data.
required 18.
How are you feeling? And when confidence is low, he'll go straight. That's a good marker. But the way he's playing,
That's game short in the
just
third.
kick it off that
Jack
dart.
Vincent.
It's 2-1 Jack Vincent. This is much better from the young man.
And perhaps for the first time this week, we've just seen a
Forward
real
lag
show of
is Jack to
emotion
throw
from Jack
first.
Vincent after
Game on.
he won a leg. He knew how crucial that was, and it could be crucial because he loses that, then he's staring down the barrel, which he's stared down a fair bit recently.
140.
He will hate the fact that we're talking about losing street records. He'll hate that because he came here for the positives. And he'll do anything to get over the line right now.
58.
Here we see the side-on angle of Jacques Labre's throw. Now, I'm not sure how much soft tip you play, Glenn, but obviously he's made the transition from soft tip over to steel tip. Does any fundamentals of the throw change between the two disciplines or
85.
not?
I haven't played a lot of soft tip, but I've asked the question to many people, especially to someone like Jose, and obviously the distance is different. Sometimes the weight of your dart can be different from the soft tip to
45.
Well, fundamentally, it's the same. You know, you throw a dart, but a lot of it, the counting is done for you. So we've seen a lot of soft tip players come over, and the counting on steel tip hasn't been the best.
180.
But I've watched Boris Krichmar. He's probably the best soft tipper in the world, and he's just really showing signs on the Pro Tour how good he can be on steel tip. And obviously Jose, the Rodriguez
85.
brothers. Now we've got Thibaut and Jacques also coming over and doing it. So that transition, some of the Asian players as well, Makuru. So the transition
60.
it's there,
Jacques
it can be done. So
100.
fundamentally it's the same, just a few slight changes.
Well, that's the worst possible dart he could throw on the board. It's the only possible dart, barring even a bouncer, he would have had a
40.
chance.
Yeah, he'd have probably gone for bullseye, 18 bullseye on a soft tip. So 118, just the one treble jack. Just follow that.
90. Jacques requires 60.
And because he's playing Jack Vincent, I fancy this to go in.
Yeah, that's game short.
Tell you what, that was a bit of a roar from Jack.
That was Aaron Monk-esque.
Fifth lag is Jack to throw first. Game on.
I wish I could have understood what he said, though, because my French is so bad.
He's fired up for it, and he knows the significance of this game.
Exactly, Henry.
And even though he's amassed the points and he's played well at big moments,
100.
we've seen, especially yesterday, there's still another level to his game, and he's still trying to unlock it. And maybe that show of frustration was, yes, I'm getting the results, but there's still so much more to come.
I'm thinking he's playing Jack, who's on a terrible run. As he already played the game in his mind and already thinking of the next one. This is a win. And then you're frustrated that Jack's playing his best game of the day. I mean, Jack's much higher on the averages. And it was just a little bit of frustration. But what I would say to him, and that's what I wanted to see from him, some emotion. But he'll turn around again and think, well, hang on, Jack hasn't been playing like this. Why is he doing it against me? And you can just see his grimace there. We've been there.
He's reminding me a lot, Jacques, of Alexander Merckx's week, where he's just quietly going about things. And then when it came to Saturday night, he does the business. I'm wondering whether Jacques Labre is going to do something similar. But here right now, Jack Vincent wants 1-2-1 to go 3-2 up in this particular game. Won't happen now, so the Frenchman is back for 1-3-6.
Jacques require 136.
That sums up Jack's week for me. If I was him, I'd get on that practice ball from 1-2-1. Start learning how to ping it in 6 darts.
100. Jacques requires 78.
Should be on lower than 78. So just make sure you don't miss the 18 here. If anything, a fat 18 is not the end of the world. And that's your worst thing you can do. And now all of a sudden he's spraying them across the board now.
38.
And that's
Jacques
music
require
to
36.
Jacques' ears. Surely. Seeing this 99 a lot today. I think we'll see some more emotion from him.
Jack
I'm not happy emotion.
40.
And I tell you what, if I was Jack Vincent, I would scream some emotion right now. Pretend you're playing Gerwin Price.
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth flag. Jack Vincent.
There was just a little clench of the fist, wasn't there, as he went to the board.
It was a whimper rather than a roar.
Sixth flag is Jacques to throw first. Game on.
Who's going to have the last laugh? Is it going to be Larbor? Is it going to be Vincent?
100.
You felt it was a bigger leg for Vincent to win than it was Labra, didn't you?
Every leg for Jack right now is... And there he's going low again, but that's beautiful. And that's why he's been one of the better players this week. His board management, his knowledge around there, his switching's been really good. But it's fundamental, it's key now. Just where Jacques is now, just get above that treble. That's where he's the best.
100.
dropping low, he's forcing the dart, he's pushing the dart. Perfect.
95.
Wonder what Richie Parkin's doing at the minute, because he's going to be watching this with quite some interest, knowing that he could go 6 points clear if he wins his next match.
Eating cockles, whelks and mussels, apparently.
140.
Because that's what we do in Whitby.
That practice room's going to smell a bit.
This commentary will after that curry last night.
97. Jacques, you require 161.
6 from this one, 6-1. Doesn't have to go for it. We'll never know whether he was.
137.
Wonderful.
Double 12 after 12 to send us where, Glenn?
The dozer.
41. Jacques, you require 24.
2 trials for 13 darter. Along for double 6.
Yeah, that's game
There
short
it
in the
is for
sixth
Jacques
leg.
Labre, and we
Jacques
go to
Labre.
a 7th and deciding leg once again. And this is a big, big leg in the context of this group,
Seventh
because
and
if Larbor
final
wins it, he
leg is
goes
Jack to throw
2 points
first.
behind
Game
Parkin
on.
going into the final round of fixtures. If he loses it, Parkin will have the opportunity on the first day of action go 6
85.
points clear at a stage in the day. That is almost unprecedented.
Big last start there for JV.
45.
Advantage. Vincent. That's it. Come on, Jack, he says. Just above. Not there.
27.
Perfect.
And Jack will be thinking, not again, not again.
But he had the darts. He had the opportunity. And he threw 27. Better. So much better.
140.
If you're watching, Jack, if you're analysing, just above the treble. Beautiful here from the Frenchman.
140.
When he needed a spurt and he needed a time to pull in something big, that is exactly what he's done here, Jacques Labre, showing all of his class, showing all of his composure, showing all of his je ne sais quoi.
59.
Like Labra's just
Jacques
labouring through this match, but he's
136.
averaging 90. Just stay there. Just widens the angle a little bit.
60.
Nothing wrong with them 3 darts. It was Jack's opening salvo was at 27, and his second throw for me has been the big difference. And the way he's playing here, you just
41.
Yeah, exactly.
Jacques,
There you go.
requires
No commentary needed. 76. Don't hit the 1 or the 5. Perfect. Big 16. But a 4-3 to go into second place.
Game.
Wonderful
Shots and a
finish
match.
there from
Jacques
Jacques.
Labre.
At times throughout that game there, I think even he thought he wasn't going to win it, but he's come through it. And the losing streak for Jack Vincent continues. Next up we have Josh Richardson against top of the table, Richie Parkin.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jacques Labre has just condemned Jack Vincent to yet another defeat. That is now 12 on the spin for this week's ADC qualifier. Labra winning it in a last leg decider in which Vincent didn't really get going. Maybe the memories of those early defeats, the battle scars evident there. Labra, though, well, he got a crucial victory with that 76 checkout in there and a couple of maximums as well. That means that he is now in second spot outright in the league table on the front row, and therefore in a provisional place to qualify for finals night. Lisa Ashton behind him, along with Lee Shuin. Josh Richardson has just one win, and Jack Vincent yet to get off the mark after that long losing streak. Well, from a losing streak to a winning streak, what about Richie Parkin at the top of the table? Never lost a match here at the Super Series. Okay, it is his first day, but it's still some record. Absolutely fantastic on debut. He takes on Josh Richardson, who I mentioned won one match earlier today. But this was the moment when a lot of his tungsten troubles seemed to come about. These misses on double 10 in the match against Jacques Labre. And it just seemed to turn the tungsten tide in that one. Labre went on to win it 4-0. Remember, that was the second leg. As for Parkin, though, he has been sublime. Here he is beating Lisa Ashton 4-3 in his previous match to extend his perfect start to 4 matches. So can he make it a clean sweep of wins today? Can Parkin pull it off, or will Richardson rally and end his day on a high? Let's find out with Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, the bookies can't separate them. 5-6, the pair here. If you're wondering why, with Richie being 4 out of 4, that's because Josh has the pedigree and Richie has the kedgeree. And that's an Eggheads food and drinks joke.
Can Parkin make it a perfect day on his Super Series debut outing up against Josh Richardson, who really, those doubles against Jacques Labre were possibly the tipping point of the session potentially for him. Parkin, who I think a lot of people who tuned into this before play got underway wouldn't have known too much about, but I think there's a lot of people that are tuning into him for the first time, Glenn, and are mightily impressed by what they've seen.
And this is the game I see with someone, you know, he's a British Open quarter-finalist, as you can see there. I've seen him win Open tournaments, which is very, very tough in the Teesside, Northeast area. But this is his B-plus game. Yeah, I still think he's got one more gear to come, but he'd be highly delighted the way he's playing, and he'd be highly delighted how he feels. Can't wait to chat to him about his experience. But right now, I bet it's all positive.
80.
Now, had this been the first game of the day, I think we'd have made Josh a heavy, heavy favourite. My only worry for Richie is thinking, well, 4 out of 5 is good. I'll take that. But if I was to say, if I was in his corner, 5 out of 5 really, really puts him in a magnificent position to qualify
41.
from this group.
And he's done it in a number of different ways as well, hasn't he, Parkin? He won that first game against Jack Vincent 4-3. It was scrappy at times, but he managed to find a way to turn the screw. He then went on to beat Jacques Labre 4-0. Then eyes really did start to glare and pay attention towards his progress. He then got the better of Lee Shuin 4-3, that 94 average, and that big fish to win the game. And then another last leg decider, having to go to the well against Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 3 in a real nip and tuck encounter.
25.
Yeah, mid-game there, he's left on 265. Most players would have gone down on the 19s, but Richie saw he had a 40-60 lead.
24. Richie, you require 110.
Just want to put more pressure on that Labre. 110 again. That's a bit of a stinker, but don't panic. I don't like the way he's spraying about all over. Treble 18.
70.
And that's the kind of day he's having. Even when the chips are down, that last dart is it's an absolute beauty for him.
100. Richie, you require 40.
This is more importantly for a break as well. Double 10's been kind to him.
Yeah, that's game
that
short in
trend
the first
continues.
leg. Richie Parkin.
As he breaks in 1-0. With his
Second
darts
leg
now,
is Richie to throw first.
back to
Game
bare
on.
6. And every throw is the same.
What would you be saying after the session to Josh Richardson if you had the opportunity to chat with him for 5 minutes?
48.
Did he purposely try to do something with the 120 in the treble 13? Was he looking for a spark? Because he's looked quite solemn, a little bit down throughout the game. Was it a conscious effort to do something that you needed a moment to do there? But, you know, he has this reputation of being a very hot and cold player. You know, it was no surprise to me if I'd seen 110 average from him in this game, because that's just the type of player he is. He has a lovely throw. And does he believe he's still in with a shout tomorrow?
60.
But you do feel it's a must-win. But the fact that Richie's just blitzing everybody, you know, is it just going to make that second place a little bit more squashed than that? Winning 2 today is not the end of the world.
48.
That game with Jacques. The next game is going to be crucial for that second place as well. I'm looking forward to that.
Even at this stage, Richie Parkin's looking at the results and thinking if Lisa can get a win there, then he's in a very, very, very good position overnight. Remember, top 2 go through, so he'd want to see everybody else just do the business around him and then just let him focus on himself. Usually about 12 points in Group C is enough to progress your way through. So if he can win 5 out of 5, he may just be a game away from victory already in this group from Saturday night's finals.
He's not the type of player who you 64. Could say that to. He'll just be wanting to win 5 out of 5 tomorrow, and it's and that naivety and not knowing the MODUS Super Series like a lot of the experienced players like Lisa or Josh could benefit. But there's that little one again for Josh. I'd love to know what James thinks. He's been messaging me some good stuff today.
41.
I'd love to know from him how Josh is feeling, what his thoughts are. Double A for a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that's game short in the
He's
second
looking good.
leg. Richie Parkin.
He's the man from Whitby. Josh up against it here now.
Third leg is
crucial
just to throw
that he holds his
first.
throw now.
Game on.
We had Connor Hanahan going in that treble
39.
single 5, treble 5 yesterday. Josh, is that little one segment?
At this point, if you're Josh, as you now start looking at starting on the 19th, just because you've had such
60.
a struggle now on the 20 bed, drifting into the single 1?
I don't think so. I know exactly what you're saying, but it's a massive thing to your opponent as well that you suddenly go 19s as well. He's 3 darts away from
24.
playing well again. That's the type of player he is. So I understand the question, but I think psychological-wise, I think staying on the 20s is still the right decision.
85.
Maybe needs to change his focus line. He needs to do something, and he needs to do it quickly.
$115.
He should definitely start on the 19s if we can have that question again, please.
$60.
Interesting to see if he does it now after them last 2 treble 19s.
$96.
Richie's only averaging 80. Oh, wow, look at Josh's average.
140. $93. Richie, you require 156.
First dart crucial. You'll be happy with that. Delighted with that.
140. Josh, you require 134.
With that setup. And we're going to see the 2 tops.
94.
The only good thing there is
Richie,
a good marker.
16.
If only he only needed 1.
Could have done with Lisa Ashton's darts. Double 4. Punish him while you've got the chance, Richie.
Yeah, that's game
What
short
a
in the
dart
third
that
leg.
is.
Richie
What a
Parkin.
dart that is for Richie, and what, yeah, look at Josh in the background.
Because in his
Forward
mind,
leg
he would
is
have
Richie
thought,
to throw first.
I might have a
Game
chance
on.
here. Despite all the toil and trouble, I may get a chance to bring it back to 2-1. There's still hope. Of course, he can still win from here, but...
And then he turns his head round and sees them 2 darts.
125.
Very, very impressive debut. And it's great for you, Henry, to see him for the first time. Obviously, it's like a local league night for me seeing him, but
140.
you know, for all the viewers who are tuned in to see this guy, this is what he can do. And he's looking for some guidance, sponsorship. Anyone interested in him?
56.
He's got the game.
And we do have a series of really good scouts here, and they've found another gem. That's a gem. That's a max.
180.
And there's going to be another of those, a few more players in around. We saw Tony Wood last week, obviously. Richie, this we can see a couple more players come through over the next few weeks from those systems.
Wonderful partnership, isn't it?
42.
As I said earlier, so many players are now choosing the ADC route. Is Richie already seeing the finishing line? But what a dart that is. He'll go downstairs now.
84. Josh, you require 139.
Loves that 156. 139 is a treble 19 start. If you could just set it with the treble 20.
59. Richie, you
Just
require
nothing really seems to be
156.
going right. And to cap off a wonderful day. You'd be happy with that as a marker.
100.
What a last dart
Josh,
that
you
is.
require 80.
You can't feel confident for Josh. With this 80 finish, is he going to prove us all wrong? I think
That would have been incredible.
I think Richie thinks this is it.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Josh Richardson.
Good for the lad. Makes a game and a break. If he's going to do this, Henry, he's going to do it the hard way with a couple of breaks. But
game on.
Is that a turning point?
Could bring it back to 3-2 here. We can get this hold.
60.
Been a day of tight matches. We may see some more between now and the end.
84.
Just beginning to show emotion now. I think it's mirrored with a bit of excitement. I think he's delighted the way the day's gone, but he just needs to keep that focus.
140.
And this is the Josh I've been waiting for.
$96.
Not sure what he's looking at the scoreboard for. Just needs to focus on that
60.
treble. And the fact they're just the only worrying sign there is that they're just dropping low now. And Richie might just pounce on that.
Is there a fear that Richie
40.
can begin to get dragged into things here now?
I don't know if drag's the right word now, but I don't even think he knows what Josh is hitting right now. I just think he's showing the emotion. I think not showboating. He just needs to get right back to bit. And I think that's what he's doing now. He's looking at the floor and he's probably saying to himself,
60.
Richie, back to where we were half an hour ago. Let's get back on the hockey, no emotion. Let's just get back in that treble 20 bed. I think already he's celebrating what's
55.
been a wonderful day already. Yeah, he may use the bullseye here. That's not the ideal. Yeah, we might go for the bull here to set up a two-darter.
105.
And for Richie, it's hope rather than expectation in this leg. Can we hear that 180?
Well, that is
140.
more than made
Josh
Richardson think
requires
just when he thought he may
76.
have had the opportunity here. So 76. One dart. And his favoured double 18 for 3-2.
40.
And it wasn't too far away.
Richie,
and
you
so
require
Parkin now
86.
has the opportunity to close out a perfect day.
And it's all about that first dart. Job done, double 16 and double 8 for the match.
70. Joshua requiring 36.
For 3-2. It's not the worst miss, along for double 16. Steps back, recomposes, and has to move across. This isn't the easiest dart for him to throw, but he finds the bed, and he brings it back to 3-2. But Parkin here has the darts to seal a 5 from 5 day on his debut day here at the Super Series.
He could be off that stage by now, as possibly be really to win 4 and have the position that he was in 3-0 up in match darts.
81.
This is getting just a little bit interesting. Certainly if Josh takes this leg, I think we'd already written him off, and we're beginning to see the darts we know he can throw.
120.
Hot and cold Richardson. Are we just seeing the first signs of negativity there from Richie? If he goes to 3 each, Henry,
96.
for me, there's only one winner. 240, please, Rich.
$100.
Well, Richie here hasn't really deviated much in terms of the averages, whereas Josh has brought his up. So he's met kind of in the middle, and that's where he's getting the joy.
140.
For me, there's only one winner right now. That's the dart.
100. Joshua require 142.
Possibly a little bit frustrated there, but 142. A lot of these are 70s. Use a 25 and bull now. And treble 20.
102. Richie, you require 160.
Interesting. And the dart to Josh is in the last leg.
Well, this really would be the most mesmeric of turnarounds in Super Series history if Josh Richardson can take it to a decider and then
40.
secure the victory. This is for a 13 darter. Double 10.
I don't like that. Just, you've been good around this area. Don't like all this. The histrionics of them 3 darts. Power,
Richie,
execution,
60.
power. Richie Parkin, chance. Don't think he thought he was going to get. He loves tops. It's a long way away.
20. Joshua required 20.
A 3-3. Scrappy, messy.
No score.
Not good.
Richie, you require 40.
And so, tops for the man from Whitby.
Game, shot,
And it is
and a
perfect
match. Richie
from
Parkin.
Parkin on day 1 at the Super Series. His debut day couldn't get any better. He wins all 5 matches and gets the better of Josh Richardson by 4 legs to 2, who threatened the tungsten comeback but couldn't conjure up a last leg decider in the end. But Richie Parkin is the victor. He's top of the table no matter what overnight. He's opened up a cushion at the top as well. We're going to take a short break, and then after that is Jacques Labre. I'll be at Lisa Ashton.
Welcome back, and I've got the man of the moment with me, Richie Parkin, at 5 from 5 on debut. It could not have gone better, could it?
Unbelievable. I'm going to wake up in a minute. It's unreal.
Well, let's have a look at confirmation. We'll see that the last result, the one that completed that parking charge, if you like, well, the table actually we'll see first, and perfect 10 points on your first day. 6 points, 4 points clear of Jacques Labre, of course, but it's third place that you need to be thinking about holding off, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just over the moon to be here, to be fair, and obviously get my first win and build on that, and now look at me.
Yeah, and this one, you could have won it 4-0. Glenn Durrant, I know you know well, he was talking to you in commentary, talking about you in commentary. He was wondering if you were starting to think about the 5 from 5 at that when you were 3-0 up.
I was, yeah, then I just thought, just get it done. And yeah, I did, and happy days.
Something else you got done, a fabulous 170 checkout. Now, you work in a fish factory, don't you? So taking out the big fish finish is
the big fish for the codhead, yeah. Wow.
Oh, you let out a bit of a roar, we can see there.
Yeah. My first ever 170 finish in a match as well, and to do it here, happy days. Quite a thriller.
Remarkable, isn't it? So, obviously, you said you're just happy to be here. Did you ever dream that you would win all your matches on the first day?
No, I was happy to win one, and obviously build from there, and yeah, 5 from 5, dream. Absolute dream. I'm going to wake up 1 minute and I'll be back at home, and I'm terrible at darts.
When you do wake up tomorrow, what is the feeling like then? Because does it now bring a little bit of pressure?
A little bit, yeah. I'm thinking about that now, but yeah, tomorrow's another day, and hopefully same results and bring on Saturday.
Well, go and enjoy what you've done today. Certainly deserve it. Perfect from Parkin today. 5 wins from 5 on debut. Well done. We'll see you again tomorrow. And we will see 2 more matches today. A significant one in what seems to be a race for second place as Lisa Ashton meets Jacques Labre.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris. Big game coming up. And Glenn, I know you're very, very close to Richie. What did you make of that interview?
Goosebumps, honestly, because I can hear it in his voice. I'm just so proud. I'm so proud of him. I didn't expect 5 out of 5. That's what dreams are made of, you know. It's just, like I said, I had the same feeling watching Jamie on that stage, and he's talked about how wonderful it is and how much he's desperate to get back. And just, you know, Richie will have been sat in that room with us all and cheering Jamie on while he played. And yeah, it's good. It's quite emotional, actually. You know, I could feel his voice was going, and I don't think he can really believe what's happening. But that's how much the MODUS Super Series is like moved on in, you know, from small acorns, you know, online to where it is now, and $5 on Saturday night and 20 grand at Champions Week. It's a big moment. Super, super proud of him.
Richie Parkin is the man at the top of the table, but how important is this battle between Larbor on 6 points in second, Ashton on 4 points in third? You'd say Parker probably won an Ashton victory in this one.
I think anyone watching, I think the rest of the players, I think everyone apart from Jacques
81
is wanting an Ashton win. I think just makes tomorrow so much more exciting, because a real possibility then that Richie and Jacques can really get away from the rest of the group and cause that separation. So yeah, I think for the neutral, an Ashton victory would be nice.
Is there a potential Jacques gets on to 8 points that, because of the excellence of Parkin, we have completely played him under the radar? Because the way he's won games, he has battled his way through some and then played some excellent stuff in others. He's done it in a whole manner of different ways so far today.
I was very interested in something you said earlier, and people that do go under the radar in the league phase. And there's just a funny feeling, you know, that an Andreas or a Jacques on Saturday night can do something extremely special. You're expecting Connor, you're expecting Richie. I mean, it's littered tonight of 5 amazing players. But there's just something about, is Jacques going to, you know, nobody's talking about him now. But if he can leave here with 8 points, you know, that's job well done, without anyone talking too much about him.
60.
And you can join us on Saturday night via dartshot.tv. Do come down and join us any Saturday night. It's available on dartshot.tv. You can also get your tickets for the World Seniors as well whilst you're there, and a whole host of other exhibitions and corporate events courtesy of MODUS Sports. Here, Jacques Labre wanting this 160-foot blockbuster start. I've already seen him get one this week,
say.
and it was to
100.
win the match.
It was a bit of a stinker of a game, and that 160 just, stood out like a beacon. I just wish we were a bit closer to Whitby.
170.
I tell you what, if you could get the
Jacques
Teesside
requires
crowd
60.
here, you would know what a good night is then. But 60 for Jacques. It's a good marker for him. He'll just sit on top of that. That's unlucky. Double 10's been kind to him this week.
50.
He just slid into
Lisa,
the
you
big 10.
require 11.
Don't miss the big number, Lisa. Double 4.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
Big moment,
Lisa
Henry, that.
Ashton.
Huge moment, breaker throw for Ashton.
And it just would
Second
squash
leg
that
is
group
Lisa
up then,
throw
wouldn't it? And I
first.
think every
Game
player
on.
going to bed and waking up tomorrow will still think they've got a chance. Part of me thinks if Jacques wins this game,
38.
is Richie only a game away from qualifying? Is Jacques only 2 games away from qualifying then? So, yeah, I think there'll be a few Ashton fans in the players' room right now.
140.
Is it a case that she'd be getting tired, Lisa? I mean, this is 4 days on the spin now. She's been involved in more 4-3s than
42.
probably anybody. Is fatigue, is that going to come into the equation?
Speaking to Chris Mason after he
100.
played his week here, he said by the Friday your body's basically working on fumes if you play the 5 daytime sessions, because you're waking up early every single day, you're playing more
140.
matches in this group phase. So there is a possibility, but Lisa's very experienced in this format. Very experienced in this format, so we'll know the intricacies of that, and that's something that shouldn't be ruled out going into tomorrow. Jacques on debut, Richie on debut. Shuin's only his 2nd appearance here. She's an experienced player in this group.
100. Jacques, you require 161.
I'd be thinking with Lisa on 1-8-1-6 dart. No need for the champagne finish just yet.
65.
Playing board management's improved, from an E to an A-. That's the big thing I've seen from Jacques. He's really playing the game now, and that 96 just been a 2-dart
Jacques, you
finish
require
compared to
96.
a 3-dart is big. How many people have done that this week? But have they pinged the double 18?
Yeah, that's game short in the second
Quality.
leg.
Fist
Jacques
pumped.
Labre.
He knows what the situation is right now. And a break, a throw.
And play very well as well. 93 average after the first
Third leg,
couple of
it's Jacques
legs.
the
1 out of 3 on the
first.
doubles. Ashton's
Game
1
on.
from 2 at this stage. Reminder, the winners of Saturday will progress their way through to Champions Week. And what a field we got assembled for that already. We've got some fantastic players taking part in the occasion. It's going to be at the start of February 2023 here at the Modus Live Lounge. Jim McKeown won week 1, followed by Alexander Merckx in week 2. Justin Smith
140.
won week 3, and how impressive he was as well to get the better of Martin Adams in that final. And last week, Colin Osborne getting the better of Aaron Monk in that dramatic final to secure his place at Champions Week. Will one of these two join him? You'll have to find out as the week goes on. Back tonight, 10 o'clock, double session tomorrow, and then Saturday evening, 10 p.m, Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, the place to find out.
And once again, Jacques quietly but effectively getting on with the job.
180.
180.
Jacques, you require 121.
How pivotal will that moment be? 11 or treble. Double 14. What a moment this is.
107.
Bend the wire.
Lisa, you require 81.
So I think Lisa will go straight for the treble 19. So where the bull might come into it. Bullseye.
Yeah, that's game short in the
finish.
third
What a
leg.
moment.
Lisa Ashton.
What quality. And look at Jacques. There was no fist pump to Lisa there. It was
Lisa
just
to throw first. Game on.
Lisa loves it.
100.
Why should I doubt that playing 4 days, 5 days on a spin might be difficult? She loves it, doesn't she? The appetite she has for the game is just incredible, despite everything she's won.
60.
When I started my research on Monday, and it's just pages and pages full of opens and all leading to them 4 Lakeside wins, 4 World Championship, them stars on the back of a shirt.
Not actually allowed to print off a titles one because we'd have a log jam in the printer.
Absolutely.
Well, that's unlucky. That's a great angle, actually, of that final dart propelling out because it was basically aimed right in the middle of the first 2 darts before then crashing off one of the flights and back onto the floor.
41.
40 floor.
$100.
Good stuff, this, Glenn.
Quality. It's a quality matchup, this, with lots of importance. And watch that 94 change.
180.
How much do you think that 5 points it's put on it? Both peppering that 100 mark now. A game of the highest quality.
The highest order. And of the highest significance as well in the context of this group. And Lisa Ashton may be saving her best darts until last here today. Tots for 13 for a 3-1 lead. And Ashton's on the charge. The Lancashire Rose is rising to the occasion in a big game for her in the context of the group. She leads Jacques Labre 3-1 and it will put her on to 6 points level with Larbor in second place in the league table.
99.86 for Jacques. 3-1 down.
Bit like a Nina song, isn't it?
They were red balloons, weren't they?
60.
Well, 99 were the averages.
You would have got that wrong in the quiz on Monday, you.
At 1983, that song came out.
You would have said 98 and 1982.
60.
There's originally a song in the Cold War when you have the issues with the East Germany and the Iron Curtain, and the 99 red balloons were meant to be kind of like a symbol of peace, especially from the East German side.
I thought that was the egghead.
97.
It's a brilliant documentary. I don't know if you've watched it, or it's a drama series. It's called Deutschland. It's 83, 86, 89. Really is worth a go. It's a German language documentary, but it's a drama. But it's a really, really good one. That might be one to put in your tick list between sessions.
Dankeschön.
100.
Wunderbar from Jacques. Lisa would like another 180 here. She does not want to go to another 4-3.
45.
I wonder if that's on her mind.
It could. Might be on for another 4-3.
60.
Chance.
$120.
Great transition there from the 20
124
to the 18s, and how successful that can be. A 1-1-2, you would take that. What's 1-2-4 for Jacques? Big 14 or treble. And that's the only problem when you really attack that treble 14.
102. Lisa, you require 112.
I'm just doing a little bit of maths there for Jacques. I think he's miscounted.
52. Jacques, you require 22.
Oh, has he? Does he love this double 11?
Yeah, that's game short than the 5th flag. Jacques Labre.
He certainly does. And it's 3-2 to Lisa. But more importantly now,
6 flag is Lisa the through first.
And this is the leg, isn't it, for Lisa? She's the one who has the darts in this one. And look at her start. Look at her start. To perfection. This is some response, though, from Jacques.
100.
Now, can she do it? I was going to say with a 9.
45.
Surely not another 4-3, should be thinking. It's a beautiful dart for Jacques, actually, the way it's sat. He may go down. just wasn't sitting perfect. And there's been a couple of bounce outs on that treble 20 area. And maybe that was just as on his mind from a dart from previous in this game. But considering Lisa started with that max
60,
she could actually be behind after this set of darts. So he's bringing the 18s in because one treble 18 here.
58.
Just playing around with it a little bit there. So it's back in Lisa's. That's the dart she was looking for. Another one of them, thank you.
81.
Oh, Lisa. 204. And look at just the way he plays. He just sort of flips it over. And he'll do exactly the same there.
100.
I sort of criticised it a little bit on Monday when I first watched it, but it's clearly what he's done the past 20 years. But 135, start with a bull, 85 now. And tops for the unbelievable 135 finish for the match. The Lancashire Rose. Lisa Ashton, 4-2. She doesn't need the 4-3 this time. She finishes the day with aplomb.
Welcome back. Well, it was amazing Ashton, wasn't it, in our penultimate match here of the day at the MODUS Super Series. A great display from the four-time world champion to defeat Jacques Labre 4-2. Both players, as you can see, averaging in the mid-90s there, but 3 maximums from Lisa Ashton, and that brilliant checkout percentage of 80% helped her earn the victory in that one. Capped it as well with that stunning 135 checkout. So a great end to the day for Lisa Ashton. Let's see where that leaves her in the Group C table. It leaves her second ahead of the man she's just beaten by virtue of beating him, in fact, because they've got the same leg difference and the same amount of points, of course. The top two go through. Richie Parkin is the man of the moment, the player of the day, winning all of his matches on an incredible debut day here at the Super Series. But there is one more match still to play, and it's about trying to end a bit of a nightmare day for Jack Vincent, looking to avoid being beaten in all of his matches for the second day on the spin. He takes on Shuin, who we saw produce a fabulous 153 checkout to break Josh Richardson earlier today. And having seen Lisa defeat Jacques Labre, he knows that he's still very much in contention for a top 2 spot, but he'd love to sign off with a victory and tighten things up even more in that race. So, as I said, one last chance for Vincent to arrest the slide. It is 12 in a row lost at the moment by the ADC qualifier this week. Can he avoid the unlucky 13th, or will the cobbler inflict defeat?
Well, thank you very much, Chris. It's been great chatting with you this week. All the best in Minehead. But this one, penny for your thoughts for Jack Vincent right now. And for Lee Shuin, just a professional job is what he'd be asking for, because he's got one hell of a chance of getting in that runners-up spot right now. He probably just thinks he's got to be professional. But for Jack, how do you feel when you're on a 12-0 losing streak?
Does he want to just get this game done and go back to the hotel and just forget about it? Because we know what he's capable of, and he showed it in the first 2 days, but it has been a struggle at times. He's played some good stuff, don't get me wrong, but there's been times where he really has struggled, and when you are losing matches, everything can amplify. And he's a really likeable young man, is Jack. Really, really likeable guy. And
I'm trying to sort of, my job, my role here is to try and, how is he feeling? And the only way I can think is that disastrous Premier League I had where there was no crowds. And I remember losing a night to Dimitri 7-0. And all you want to do,
100.
all I wanted to do was go home. And I knew I had another 4 or 5 nights there. And I went back, you're ushered back to your room because you can't leave your room. And I remember staring at the ceiling thinking, I've just lost 7-0 to Dimmy, live on Sky, and I've got Michael van Gerwen tomorrow. So, that's the only way I can sort of explain where Jack will probably think, I just want to go home now. And, he has to come back tomorrow and, shows the potential champion he wants to be.
140.
When the week's done, how does he use this week in terms of fuel going forward?
58.
And it's start legs in the bank. He'll be looking, to bounce back. He'll want to come back and right the wrongs, that's for sure. He'll want MODUS Super Series to maybe offer him another chance to show him what he's really meant. He's young, he's enthusiastic, he's keen. He's already got a lot of experience under his belt. And what I would say to him is that when you get the opportunities, you've got to be a real killer on them doubles. You've got to really punish them opportunities. And he's had a lot.
$45.
But for Lee right now,
147.
I'm a heavy favourite here against Jack. And I've just got to be super professional because he puts himself in a good position, but that was nearly a chance there for Jack.
91.
But already this 76. Look at the 2 finishes 76. There. That's what you should practice when you're at home, this type of finish. Double 4. Being kind to the players this week.
72. Jack, you require 56.
Jack has gone 1-0 up on many games. So I actually fully expect him to get this. Just follow that in, Jack.
36.
That was a bit stabby,
Lee, you require 4.
At his best, he's got a lovely follow through, a lovely pull back and follow through, so they're working in situ.
Yeah, that's game shot right in the first leg.
If Jack was top of the league, that goes in the double top. The fact it just goes right in the corner of the double one just hurts even more.
And when you are on a streak that Jack's on, is the worst bit going for the doubles? Does it add a heap of pressure? Is there going to be a confidence gap? What are those scenarios like?
I think he's under more pressure now than if he was winning 4 out of 4. Because all of a sudden, when you've got a couple of wins under your belt, anything's then a bonus. He'll know the situation right now, and he'll hate the fact that he's on this massive losing streak because at times he showed real quality. I mean, look at that.
60.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that as a coach looking at that. It's just sometimes it's just what's in your mind as well, your confidence, your belief, and that belief will be getting sucked away every minute he's losing games.
Counter-wise, Lee Shuin, I think, has been steady all day long.
Yeah, we've talked about Jacques being the one who's
96.
quietly but effectively getting on with the work, but we haven't spoken an awful lot about Lee. But if he wins this game, I think he'll be thinking, job well done. I'm going to come back tomorrow
59.
and I'll be getting in that top 2.
Reminder how the table looks. We will reflect upon it when Glenn heads up to the balcony with Chris Murphy for the end of show conversation. But it's Parkin out on top on 10 points, Larbor on 6, and then you've got Ashton also on 6. She actually overtakes Larbor. They're both level on leg difference, so that will go down to leg 1 probably in loss because Lisa's been involved in 4 frees. Then Shuin can join them on 6 with victory here. So the race for second place is very much on going into day 2 of this competition.
46.
Shuin here looking to open up a 2-0 lead in this particular contest by nailing the 117. Still on 17. Leaves himself a dart at tops for the break of throw and a 2-0 lead, and that's so assured from Lee Shewan as he doubles his advantage against Jack Vincent. He leads by 2-0, and he is halfway towards that magic 6-point mark, which would put him well in the race for qualification for Saturday night's finals.
Such a satisfying finish, a 117, the 116, 112. It's so satisfying when you're pinging around the board, the treble 17, treble 20 down to the 17s and the tops. And especially the fact that Jack was on a double there, but that pretty much sums up. And if it goes the way we're thinking of going of a Shuin victory, then Josh and Jack are the only 2 going to bed today thinking, you know, feeling really down. The other 4 players will be thinking, I'm still in with a chance
137.
Minor tonight, we return for Group B action, where we also welcome a new member to the team. Jacques Labre will be making his debut in the presenter's chair. Very much looking forward to welcoming him to the party here at the Super Series. That's on 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And we've got quite the cast list for tonight's session as well. It really is going to be an absolute cracker. I do hope you join us. Matt Dennett, Mike Warburton, Lee Evans, Andreas Harrison and Jamie Kelling in action. And between sessions, if you've missed anything this week, then you can catch up on the highlights of the day on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Will we see this as one of the highlights to potentially mount a Vincent comeback? 87 he wants for the break to bring it back to throw. Double 5.
77
doesn't go. So Shuin returns for the 130.
And similar to the 117, it's just the 1 treble needed. This time, it would only be a shot at the bull. Treble 18 a bull will be his last start.
Jack, you required 10.
The good news for Jack, he wants double 5. And anyone who's been watching, we know. And this must be the most hit double today and the week. But not for Jack. Double 2, which has been good on this.
That's game short in the first.
We said earlier that
he
was 100% on double 2 this week until 1 miss earlier. So that double 2's been his favourite one.
Throw first. Game on.
Great to see the fighting qualities. Great to see that he's not giving up. He can so easy to do that. He's professional. And like I say, he's keen to succeed.
97.
I'm not going to insert Rick Astley pun here.
$60.
Yeah, I've got it now. I've got it now. You've done the dance.
More of a Robbie Williams man, aren't you, Glenn?
59.
I am actually, but that's only on the karaoke. I'm no man in the mirror. Hope you're listening, Warby.
85.
It's all gone a little bit quiet right now.
So what you're saying is hell is gone and heaven's here. There's nothing left for you to see.
Shake your I know what you've got me to do.
25.
I've had enough of the Alex Small versus Lee Cox. They'll last me a lifetime.
60.
Jack Vincent got control of this leg. It's with his darts. And that's that dart that goes just below the treble. It doesn't suit him.
60.
That's unlucky. Lee has gone very, very quiet. He needs a treble 19 there.
59. Jack, you require 160.
160 for Jack. And I shouldn't show any bias, but come on, son. He likes the 16s at this point, but the only
96.
problem with that is left a 3-dart combination rather than a 2. But that shows you how much he prefers the double 16 to the tops. But for Lee, it's an opportunity to get down to 97.
Jack, you require 64.
Both on 2-dart combinations, but it's advantage Vincent.
Another one of them. For double 16 for 2 apiece.
32.
But
Lee,
Shuin's
you
going to
require
return for the break of throw,
97.
and it would put him within a leg of victory. And down for the double 19 there.
38.
Another one of them would have
Jack,
left
you
tops.
require 32.
59 remaining if he returns. Vincent then 32 for 2-2.
Yeah, that's game
Desmond.
short in the fourth leg.
And we
Jack
are level in
Vincent.
this game. And so it's going to be a better free, and it's a big better free coming up from the
Fifth leg is
perspective of
leader
Lee
throw
Shuin.
first. Game on.
Because as things stand for him in the group, he is on 4 points after 4 games, 2 behind Ashton and Larbor, who occupy the
60.
second and third positions respectively. Remember, the top 2 in this group are the pair that will make their way through to Saturday night's final. We know that Conor Heenahan is already there. He qualified top of Group A on
90.
Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. They'll be joined by another 3 in this evening's Group B action, which begins at 10 o'clock
96.
here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. So do tune in for that, for your Thursday night Tungsten entertainment.
59. 54. 64. 57. 134.
Excellent play there from Vincent. Leads himself on 154. And you sense it's advantage him, not just in the leg, but in the match now.
40.
Because this
Jack,
would
you
be for a
require
break of throw, and that
154.
40 for Shuin gives him 6 from the 154.
$45. 82. Jack, you require 109.
109 for Vincent for the break of throw, and it would to open up a 3-2 lead. Tops he wants. Big dart incoming.
89.
But he just
Lee, you
dragged
require
below.
112.
And so Shuin returns for the 112 to open up that lead for himself. Can't be done now after hitting the treble 1. So Vincent will return
42. Jack, you require
double 10.
20.
It's been a double he's had a love-hate relationship with this week.
Yeah, that's
But he's
game short in
rekindled the
fifth
love
leg.
now.
Jack Vincent.
He opens up a 3-2 lead. He gets the break of throw, and he's a leg away from victory here
Sixth
against
leg
Lee
is Jack to
Shewan.
throw first. Game on.
It would to end the winless 1. And to give him some kind of confidence going into Friday. And we
43.
mentioned so many times here at the Super Series, sometimes your day can be dictated just by your last result, because that's the feeling when you come off stage and then spend the rest of your day to do whatever you do. And
100.
if Jack can get a victory here in his final game, he would have known what's happened before, but he'll feel so much better about himself going into tomorrow's session. It'll give him that confidence, give him that belief
96.
going into that final salvo of his week tomorrow morning from 9:30.
99.
And of course, don't forget, between sessions, we'll be giving out our
85.
tips for the evening session. 8:25 on Sporty Stuff TV. And there was 45. A case potentially for Shuin to adopt the 18s at that turn. He didn't do. Leaves himself on 2.57. Vincent 2.77. So advantage to him in not just his leg, but now subsequently the match, one away from the victory post in leg 6.
60. $85.
So Vincent
140.
on the brink of victory, 77 points away.
41. Jack, you require 77.
Shuin back on 131. So is this the moment that Vincent seals victory? One dart at tops
Game,
to
shot,
do it
and
for
a
Jack
match.
Vincent,
Jack
and he
Vincent.
gets his win. And look at the release of the pent-up emotions. You can see it there as he shakes hands with our referee, Marco Meyer. It is victory for Vincent. 4 legs to 2 against Lee Shuin. That'll make him feel so much better going into tomorrow afternoon session. Let's have a look then at how he did it. An average of 83.5, 4 from 11 on the doubles, 2 from 5 for Shuin, but the average of 77.3 for the difference in that one. It was a scoring power of Vincent, which is what won him that encounter, the final encounter of the day. And so it sets fair the Group C table. We know it's going to be led by Richie Parkin overnight. The race to get in there via second place could really be a tantalising one. And to reflect on everything that we've seen so far today and going into tonight's session, Glenn Dunn has made his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Chris Murphy.
He has indeed, Henry. Thank you. Well, a victory for Vincent in the end. Turned out to be lucky 13. He can leave a little happier, although he's probably out of the race already, isn't he?
Possibly, but I'm you know, you shouldn't show too much bias, but I am pleased for Jack there. You could see that record was on his mind as he was playing each game there. So surprising. I thought Lee Shewan would have won that game.
Well, speaking of records, what a start. What a debut for the man that you know well, Richie Parkin. Let's take a look at that league table now. The perfect 10. Yeah, just watching him when you interviewed him a couple of minutes ago there, the emotion and the passion in his voice there. He's, I don't think he can really believe what's happening. And that's what the feeling is in the Northeast regarding this MODUS Super Series. It's big now, and he's over the moon and delighted to be here. And to get the 5 out of 5 is the icing on the cake. Word of caution, though, it has happened before. Players have won 5 out of 5 and then not made it through. And there are 2 players just 4 points behind him. So if they can beat him, it opens up, doesn't it, tomorrow? And maybe I shouldn't, but I will have a little word with him just to get to bed early, plenty of rest, keep hydrated, and come tomorrow with that same focus and that same enjoyment today. He had something in his eyes that I haven't seen for a long time. He's loving it. Well, you won't be getting to bed early. You've got work to do tonight. Group B getting underway here at the Super Series from 10 p.m. Let's just have a quick look at the state of play this week and which players are in Group B. Conor Heenan already through to finals night. We know that, having won Group A. Mike Warburton, who cruelly missed out. He's got to pick himself up, hasn't he, for that group, which is looking very, very strong. Yeah, very stacked, and I was dreading the question of who do you think will qualify there, Glenn? But that's a tough group. I'm really looking forward to some high-quality tungsten tossing. Yeah, who do you think will qualify there, Glenn? Do you know, I'm going to go with Andreas Harrison. Yeah, he did play some good stuff. Yeah, it's a good call. Well, that gets underway from 10 p.m. this evening. The action live on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. As always,